start the recording, and click continue. And OBS's encoding overloaded is all. I'll restart that sentence. OBS's encoder is overloaded already. Fantastic. I thought I'd changed that so it didn't work. No, that was working for like 2 streams actually, and then it stopped. Interesting. So, before I go and talk to Everard, there's a couple of things I would like to do. I checked out how to finish this task up because of the accessibility issue, so I actually just went on the wiki and looked it up. So I know how to get into the computer now, so that's cool. So I can minimize the time spent listening to the sound that really messes with my brain, which I think it does at least solve that one as well. That one I can't do. That one I don't want to do. This one I'm about to do. These are obviously connected. I still have no idea how to track down my gun. There's also the bottle of spirits in the fishing village. That's, I think it's like 300 real. Hey Harry, nowhere in the game have I uncovered a thing where I'm like, hey yes, this will let me get 300 real. So I'm assuming that's either something you can never buy and it's just there, or it's inflated and you can lower the price. So I'm going to probably ask about that just to see what that's all about, like why he's charging so much for it. But first of all, we have to talk to the mob. Hey Red Riding Hood, how are you doing? How's everyone doing? I am in a terrible, foul mood right now, so I'm hoping hang out with some cool people. Playing a game that's not great for the mental health, but is still pretty good, will help. Just freelancing stuff, really. Had to fill out some paperwork, and I was given one wrong form, and a form I couldn't fill in because of Adobe. So that put me in a great mood. I was on track to start the stream early as well, and lo, I'm now half an hour late. What's the orb? Look, something forgotten on the coffee table. I picked it up already. Hey, Mr. Blaise. But let me just say this: as a non-US citizen, the IRS is still capable of screwing me over. Anyway, let's talk to the mob.
Before you is a walrus of a man seated behind a large desk. He looks up from his work, not the least bit surprised to see you.
A couple of things. I'm glad you're pretty good, Red Riding Hood. 2, I shared that information because of transparency, and I get really bitter sometimes when I'm not in a good mood, and I just wanted to make people aware of that. Hopefully, over the course of the stream, that will change. The IRS does whatever it fucking wants. It really does, doesn't it? Also, the smile on this individual. Look at that. That's only a smile. That's the smile only a mother could love.
With great effort, he straightens himself up in his chair, yet says nothing. He simply stares at you. With a mixture of expectation and impatience, well bottled.
He's just very comfortably spinning in his office chair, and I respect that. Also, yeah, of course, yeah, it's the singing melon. Dude, let's get straight to business. There's been a murder.
Welcome, Mr. Dubois, Mr. Kitsuragi. It's good of you two to stop by. Please, have a seat.
He gestures to a tiny chair opposite his giant desk. Also, that is a voice.
I'm Everard Clare, head of the Debarders Union here in Martinez.
The man relaxes into his chair and continues.
I'd offer you my hand, but unfortunately my health prevents me from getting up. You understand?
That's alright. Harry has 2 hands of his own. He keeps them in gardening gloves to protect them.
He looks extremely comfortable. The tiny folding chair, on the other hand, looks like a torture device.
You go ahead, detective.
The lieutenant nods at you, then the chair. Kim, I'll jump on this bullet for you.
Whatever
Grenade.
he has in store for you, it can't be good, he thinks. I'll do my best.
I'm going to take a seat.
Excellent, Mr. Dubois. I can see that you're a reasonable man, and reasonable men can be of great use to one another.
He gives you a sly wink. I will remain serious.
So tell me, how can the head of the Debarders Union help a representative of the Revachol Citizens Militia today?
The chair you're sitting on has got to be the most uncomfortable chair in the world. It's violating your backside.
Oh, that doesn't sound pleasant.
By the way, I heard you got a rather rude reception from a certain Lawrence Gart. Some people have no manners. It pains me to say.
Is this the kind of chair that would appear in Psychonauts 2 as, like, a mini-boss?
This
Or
should take
Psychonauts are.
care of that nonsense.
He points to a giant novelty check on his desk. It's absolutely comically huge. I can't actually see a check on his desk. Sorry, my monitor's a bit far away for fine detail stuff. I think he's lying.
It should be sufficient to cover your expenses for a few days and patch over your differences with a cafeteria manager. Go ahead, take it.
Breakfast. What are you having for breakfast? Is it going to make us all jealous? He points at it again.
Wow, that's 25 real. That's good money. You need it.
Wait, you know Gart?
Yes, I know Lawrence. He's a real character. No union man in him. A real piece of work, that boy is.
Eggs and toast is a good breakfast. I am partial to an egg myself.
With a grin, he points to the checker game. It's like you're on a game show. At least don't thank him for it.
Keep it. I'm good.
Okay, okay. I respect a man with principles. No handouts, then.
Crack a little bit of black pepper on those eggs. Chef kiss. He crosses his arms on his ample midsection and sinks further into his chair.
Now, I'd like to set your mind at ease about one other matter. Your lost gun.
Wait, what?
Let me assure you, Union people are on it as we speak. I've
What?
got my best hounds looking for that lost gun.
Shit, he knows, chat. He knows. Put salt, pepper, and turmeric. Ooh, that does sound like a good combination.
His slug-like lips move, but all you hear is an echo. Lost gun, lost gun, lost gun. The world is swallowed by a black hole of fear. Only two words escape its gravitational pull. Lost and gun.
Well, he's the head of the mob, so I assume he knows a lot. I would appreciate any help you could provide.
Are you all right, Harry? You seem anxious. Don't be. Everything's going to be all right. It's not like you left it loaded. You didn't lose a loaded gun. Local children aren't out there playing with it right now, pointing it into their own mouths. It's in a safe place. I just know it. I have a feeling everything's going to be all right.
In all fairness, I'm assuming if I came here and did whatever he wants me to do for him, it would help with the Hardy Boys situation. Obviously, I didn't do that.
It was loaded. There were 2 bullets in it. You always keep at least 2 barrels loaded.
I'm going to risk it.
Who does this guy think
Yes!
you are? Ronnie the rookie? You ain't worried about no lost gun, or unpaid bill, or forgotten name. You're the bad cop. You're probably more corrupt than him.
Wait, that's it? That's my point of pride here?
Fuck yeah. Remember when you tried the expression on that little minx in the silver jumpsuit? That was you.
I do remember when I tried the expression on Classia. It did not end well.
Try it on Everard.
Oh god, give him the expression and the finger pistols.
Snap, snap. The fat man shoots those finger pistols right back at you. He seems to be enjoying the display.
Bang, bang. Anyway, I'll stop
Good.
finger pistoling.
Now lean in with some corruption.
Listen. The power move. Yeah, it's move over T-pose for dominance. It's about the finger pistols. Actually, I did see, I think it's Dying Light 2 has a finger pistol gun. Obviously, Dead Space 2 has the finger pistol, has the foam finger that you get for beating hardcore. Listen, Everard, pal, we both know what makes the wheels of the world turn.
That we do, Harry. Let them say what they will about you and me. We're both born fighters.
Nice bit with the chair, by the way. Good way to keep your guests on edge.
Why, thank you. It's always nice when a fellow professional appreciates your work.
That's it. Now kick back and add a final flourish for dignity.
Ooh. I'm not offering to help Gro's Horde. 1 or 3, chat. What are we feeling? I think 1 is the power move. You know what? I'm going to hydrate while I'm thinking. This seems like the kind of conversation that goes to the same place no matter what you choose, because he obviously wants me to do something for him. You think Kim won't like 1? I don't think Kim will like 3 either. I don't think Kim's going to like any of these. You get respect through a care about Kim? Okay. Well, on your head be it, Harry. I'm not saying I'm corrupt, I'm rational.
You strike me as a reasonable man, Harry. I like that in a lawman. Let's cut to the chase, shall we? What can Everard Clare do for you?
I think we'd like to ask you a few questions. Don't you think so, Detective?
The lieutenant looks quite fed up with the situation. I haven't lost... Wait, where's my good cop, bad cop? Oh, I'm at 23. So I looked into it, and apparently you get negative points when you're a bad cop, so it's possible to get a negative score here. So right now, I'm a really good cop, I think. I got a second honor point. When did that happen?
Somehow you managed to get yourself out of this one. Now quick, keep the momentum up. Ask questions.
I'm too honorable. That's a joke. Anyway. Probably why you said you're not corrupt. Maybe.
Questions will show him who's boss. Whatever you do, don't ask him about the gun first. You don't want him thinking you're scared.
He is going to stonewall all of this. Just all of this. Oh, blue link. Roast you, please. Okay. Sure. Hang on. Hit me with your best shot, nerd. Oh, I will. Blink. You see this? This is the expression. Hang on. Click in the window so you can see the cursor. This is the expression. Right? You got it? This is capitals and everything. Barely contained grimace of existential ennui. I wish I made this face on the inside when you turned up at my channel. It's so much worse. But thank you for coming to the channel. He's just going to ignore all of these. How do you know my name?
Oh, I know everything about you, Harry. I have a big fat folder on you. Very juicy stuff.
Rude. Hashtag unfollow. That's fair.
And the word on the street is your memory is a bit hazy. If that's true, maybe I can help you out. Do you a little favor, so to speak.
He looks at you questioningly.
It might be a good idea to hide your confusion. I mean, see what his game is first.
My memory's fine. Don't worry about it.
So good to hear that, Harry. Apparently my sources were wrong.
He pats the brown folder again.
However, if you would have a spot of memory trouble, well, let's just say a fat juicy folder could really fill in the blanks.
I'm doing better than I was like 5 minutes ago, so that's good. Thank you for asking. How are you?
I guess word has already reached him. No matter. No harm done. It's just a brown folder. You can't make out what's written on it.
Are you trying to tell me you've gotten hold of some of our documents?
The lieutenant inspects Everard over his spectacles.
Mr. Kitsuragi, would you mind? Harry has some questions he needs answers to.
Where did you get that folder?
Ah, this? My friends in your organization gave it to me, Harry.
This translates into, haha, you guys are so corrupt.
That's when I got bagels, but I don't want to get dressed. Harry, that's a mood right there.
I find that very suspicious. May I have a look?
I'm afraid this is meant for union eyes only, Mr. Kitsuragi. I'm sure you understand. Please continue, Harry.
Well, I'm going to try it. It's 58% chance. If I fail, I get morale back, so...
As you look at the folder, Everard covers it with his hand and pets it. He's hiding it from you because it's not a real RCM folder. It's just another one of those brown folders you saw in the file cabinet.
That's not an RCM folder.
Okay, Harry, you got me. This is from the Census Bureau, not the RCM. Those Census Bureau people are absolutely corrupt. You should do something about them.
Yeah, honestly, chat, if I didn't stream most days, I may not get dressed either.
He got the name from the Census Bureau, and everything else from your actions here in Martinez.
Yes, Mr. Kitsuragi from the Census Bureau. Like I said, Now I'm actually a very busy man, so is there anything else I can do for you, Harry?
That means he doesn't really know anything about you. A pity. The mystery of you will have to remain a mystery for the time being.
So the Census Bureau says my name is Harry Dubois.
Yes, that's what I said. Try to keep up, okay? Let's move on.
Just finished investigating the local drug trade.
You've got a lot of spirit clearing up the drug problem alongside this murder. I'll talk to the mayor and see if I can get you the key to the city, Harry. Now, let's talk real business.
He refuses to discuss it further. It's probably just a small nuisance to him. Not even a speck of anger in his voice. That's that then.
Want to talk about the hanging?
Oh, of course. That's your main thing here. That's why you're in Martinez. I know everything that goes on around here, and I would love to discuss it with you.
He nods.
I mean, it's no secret that the lynching is connected to the strike. So much to talk about. Honestly, it's been weighing on me so heavily. I understand you need to interview me.
I sense there's a but.
Harry, had you asked me earlier, I could have used your help in dealing with a certain weasel. It would have really solidified our friendship.
The big man says with a tragic look on his face.
Sadly, the moment has passed and the weasel's back in its den. Nothing to do about it now, so get this.
He points at you.
I'm just going to give you the information, because I like you, Harry.
There's probably more to that.
Who was the weasel?
The time has passed, Harry. Were you not listening when I just said that? Pay attention, please. Now, do you want to hear about the hanging or not?
He wiggles his chubby index finger at you. Yes, let's talk about the murder.
Fantastic. Time for men like me and you to figure out who's killed who and why. Real police work is gonna start happening now. I promise you, Harry. This is gonna be good.
So, what does he call all of these completed tasks in the pursuit of the investigation? Is that not real police work, Everard? Are you disrespecting me as an officer of the law? Moving on. I've heard about a connection between the lynching and the strike. I'd like to hear what you know about it.
By now, I'm sure you've figured out who the dead man was working for. The bad guys. Wild Pines. Sent to scare us. Another violent measure of the top hats against us flatcaps.
I'm listening. It's just all illusory. Yeah, the journal doesn't actually exist. I'm just pressing a button and we're all hallucinating this screen. I'm just clicking, sorry, on the screen. I'm listening.
Harry, this strike is the culmination of many, many mistakes made by the Wild Pines group. They tried to shut the strike down by sending in armed mercenaries.
You mean our victim?
A security contractor? Can you imagine that? Workers standing in peaceful protest, united in the spirit of fellowship, and they send hired killers to mow us down with machine gun fire?
He performs a motion as if spraying bullets from a machine gun.
I'm talking beasts, hardened killers from proxy wars in Yisut, Semenine, Sadamoritsa, you name it, they've done it. Raping, killing, burning villages, killing little children for the Senorita Pineapple Company, Harry.
Does sound kind of bad.
Everything they did there, they brought over here. They want to turn Revachol into a third world slum. Honestly, the only thing they didn't do is kill the village elephant.
Go on.
Now, I haven't personally witnessed the brutalities out there. I have the luxury of staying in my container, you see. If I need to go somewhere, they just move my container.
He laughs. Hey, it's the jab at the US Fruit Company, I think. Makes sense. Hey, I've not really left this house, which is kind of box-shaped for a while. Wait, they moved the container?
Yes, I'm an old man, Harry. My legs aren't what they used to be. They lift my office with that big crane. It's actually very fun. You should try it. But enough about me and my fun container.
His face turns serious.
The killers the company hired, I think there were 3 of them, all hardened commando types. One of them got downright suicidal, getting drunk, violent, a little rapey. Even their own negotiator couldn't control him. That's your boy, the one who likes hanging out and trees.
He shakes his head. I also see what he did there and do not approve.
By negotiator, you mean Joyce?
Harry, what you need to realize is, we dock workers are not pushovers.
He says, ignoring the lieutenant.
We got grit, Harry. This whole neighborhood does. Push us hard enough and we push back. And when we do, we push to kill.
Who exactly did the pushing?
There's a militant wing inside the Union. A group of people whose duties don't involve manual labour, but peacekeeping in the neighbourhood, making sure everything runs smoothly.
The Hardy Boys.
That sounds a bit like organized crime.
They're like you guys. Idealistic people who want to make sure bad things don't happen. And if they already have, well, punishment must follow.
He nods to you and the lieutenant.
Again, that sounds like organized crime.
So these idealists killed our victim?
One day Titus Hardy, leader of this peacekeeping faction, comes up to me and says, "Boss, socialist democratic fervor drove us to take it upon ourselves to kill this beast that was burdening the land." He probably worded it differently, but that was the idea. Sure sounded to me like they killed him. I gave them 2 weeks paid leave and told them to lay low to avoid retaliation.
Aren't you worried we might arrest them for this?
Oh, I'm not at all worried about that. These are not the kind of men who get arrested. They're Martinez boys, tough and gritty. I'd like to see the man who takes them in. Besides, I sent my lawyer girl to look after them.
He chuckles.
Uncertainty belies his boasting. In the end, though, he believes it. Or at least, he wants to believe. So he doesn't want to counter with a narrative that exonerates the Union. But why?
There's a bullet in the hanged man's head.
So they shot him.
He sounds pleasantly surprised.
He was shot in the head before he was hanged.
How odd. I don't know what to say, Lieutenant. They told me they hanged him. A hanged man is what I saw when I took a look into that yard. What I do know is, the case is in safe hands. If anyone can get to the bottom of this shot and hanged man, it's my 2 little policemen. Godspeed, policeman.
How do you know the mercenaries were hired by the shipping company?
How do I know? Let me tell you about these people. That's their MO. It's what they do.
He slams his fist on the desk.
Last winter, some poor workers in Terminal E went on a little strike. The company sent in Sediment, a security contractor. The strike was over the workers' right to wear protective footwear, Harry. These guys turn up and start beating people. Tell you what, Harry, I wouldn't be surprised if we got the same mercenary company after a little rebranding. And I'm sure as hell not surprised to see an army of scabs under my gates.
Pretty sure it is the same company from what I recall.
So you believe the scabs were organized by the security contractor?
You said it. Hell, one of those guys looks big enough to take down that proverbial elephant. Boys like that don't just happen to show up during strikes.
Another question.
Absolutely, Harry. Absolutely. Sock it to me.
I'm not giving him more info than he absolutely needs. We know about these, but I'll ask about the lawyer girl.
Oh, Liz is a bright one. I paid for that law degree myself, thinking it'll probably turn her all fancy. But hell, Harry, she came back a firebrand socialist. Sometimes she scares me with her zeal.
Wait, the girl by the whirling, who was keeping an eye on you, is he talking about her? Don't give him the pleasure.
Better not mention it.
Oh, and she also really likes gardening, I hear. In March? Strange. Anyway, let's move on.
Good talk, let's conclude.
Was it a good talk? I'm not sure we made much headway here. I was hoping we'd bust the case wide open. Heck, I even wanted to tell you what I really want to achieve with the strike. I don't know what happened, Harry. I wanted you to feel like Mr. Martinez. And of course, I also wanted you to find your gun. But it's like I can't completely trust you. Yet.
Great sadness comes over him. Yet?
Yes, Harry. It's like I can't fully trust you if you're not a man of the left. I want to, but I just can't.
He says, slowly shaking his head.
A man of the left. So you have to be a social democrat. He's been hurt too much in the past by men who aren't social democrats.
None of these are good answers. None of these are the answer I choose. I go 3. What's that supposed to mean? I'm more left than you are.
You're saying it, but I don't believe you. You know how it is. Company snitches, agent provocateurs
Agent
everywhere.
provocateur.
I'm barricaded in this fortress of mine,
Agent.
and I need to get a message out. Will you help me?
And what would this entail?
Once again, I require nothing unethical or illegal of you. You just need to get 2 little signatures on this piece of paper, and then mail it to my accountant in La Delta.
He pulls out an envelope.
He thinks he can force you into his scheme. You can turn this around on him if you accept.
Kim, what do you think of this?
It depends. I don't think what we just got from Mr. Clare was very useful.
He studies Evra.
But he thinks it's your call.
As I said, it weighs on me heavily. But once we get really talking, well, I'm going to hand you the keys to Martin A's, and maybe even help you figure out who's behind this killing.
He's saying as little as possible, as vaguely as he can, deliberately omitting things.
What are the signatures for?
I'm glad you asked, Harry. The Union is going to build a modern youth centre in Martin A's. It will be righteous. We're going to get those teenagers off drugs and on roller skates.
I don't care if it's righteous or not, Everard Clare. I have one question. One question only, and this is very important. Will it be tubular? Fat chance dropping the fucking Everard.
There's a nameless little street on the coast with some old houses around it. Most people have already signed. I just need 2 more signatures to get this mission off the ground, Harry.
What will happen to the current occupants?
They are just going to have to deal with the construction noise for 6 months, and then they'll be living like kings. Right next to a fancy new youth centre, designed by the best architects from Stella Marie.
Is he absolutely sure the tenants won't be thrown out in the street?
You know what, Rhetoric? I'm going to ask that very question.
Am I? Harry, these people, Martin A's is the most important thing in my life. I would never let anything bad happen to them. We're going to build a youth centre there. The value of their properties goes up and kids have a place to play in. I'm looking out for these people, not pulling the rug from under them, Harry. I'm looking out for all of Martin A's, not just the harbour.
You know, overall, I'm going to press X to doubt.
He means it.
If I happen to be there, I can ask them.
You bring joy to my heart, Harry. Such a pleasure to be working with you. Here.
He hands you an open white envelope.
You need to get signatures from Isabel Sadie and Lillian Carter. The cul-de-sac is right past the pawn shop and across the canal. I heard there was some trouble with the water lock, but it should be fixed now.
No, there's no trouble with the water lock. Nothing at all.
Once you have the signatures, mail this to 13022 La Rocca in La Delta. Then I'll know you're a solid socialist.
I'm going to leave, but we might talk again later.
Wait. You need this to get in and out through the gate.
Great, wouldn't want to get stuck in here.
Here, you're one of us now. A real red and white union man. Take care, Harry.
I mean, I already had a card, but sure. Also, I need to check something. Can I? In case I didn't. Okay, no, I can't. I was just wondering if I could wash this. Where did that go? Interesting. Anyway. 2 signatures for Evra. This is not a fishing rod, is it? It's... looks like a cattle prod, if you ask me. Coffee in the giant thermoses is still lukewarm. That bagel sounds delicious, Harry. Still very confused as to why I can't fast travel alone. I can't fast travel with Kim, sorry. Have to be alone to fast travel. It's very confusing. Why would you even add that to the game, considering how much of the game you spend alone? Or how little of the game you spend alone? Yeah, I think... yeah, I know I can't equip it. I was just, like... I was trying to wash it, and I don't know how to... because there's the washerwoman in the fishing village, right? I was just wondering if you could wash it to get it cleaner. I don't think I could retry that and try talking my way. Hang on. Do I have any clothes that help with rhetoric? I don't think a +1 to rhetoric's going to help all that much. We'll leave it for now. I have to come back this way with the signatures anyway, so... Oh, also, I was going to examine them.
You take the legal documents out of the envelope, a 12 to 40 month construction period, and the zoning plan in the addendum.
Look at the zoning plan.
The youth center cuts into the ocean like the bow of some great modern ship. Apparently, it's going to cover most, if not all, of the street and the square between the existing houses. It's 3 stories tall. It's going to be awfully close to the already existing buildings, almost wall to wall, practically integrating them into the youth center. This is either an ominous or cool architectural choice. Hard to say.
Kim, what do you think of this?
I'm no property lawyer, but it looks fine. I like the print size. They're not selling or leasing anything. It's not a perfect solution, but...
He shrugs.
How else are you going to build something? It's always inconvenient to build things, and citizens inevitably have disagreements over such construction projects. But there's no other way.
We're going to XCOM shuffle this. I want to find that loophole. I also want to address the fact that I could obviously ask Lillian on a date. For me, role-playing Harry right now, Harry can't remember anything beyond before Sunday evening. He's also still dealing with the hangover and the come down of a drug and alcohol-fueled bender. I don't think he's in the state to be dating anyone. Ordinarily, of course, we play games with romance elements, and I pursue them wholeheartedly. But this doesn't feel like the best time.
You take the legal documents out. There is no loophole. The simple truth is, the current residents are going to lose their street access, and for the next 12 to 40 months, their lives will be dominated by constant construction noise right next door.
What are the ramifications of this?
Once the construction starts, it'll probably take a few months, a year maybe, for even the most stubborn occupants to get tired of living like this. After that, they'll sell their property for cheap and move out.
Look, Kim, these people are going to have to move away. Can we do something about it?
I should have seen it.
The lieutenant frowns as he reads over the document again.
Evrard probably has eyes on us, but we could try to get other people to sign this instead of those listed. Or you could forge their signatures yourself. By the time he finds out, we'll already be gone.
Put the documents back in the envelope. Oh, I'm going to get all the people to sign them. That seems like a good thing to do. Them delirium tremens, though? Question mark? So it does sound like I have accidentally locked myself out of doing something else for him. So I wonder if this is the only thing I'm going to be doing for him now. Trying to think about the other people in the fishing village. What, the alcoholics? DT is the old term for extreme alcohol withdrawal as far as I... Oh, I never knew what DT meant. I'll be honest. Time is it 8:52? Still can't call about the library. Is the person over here yet that I want to talk to? Nope. I'm also thinking that I can maybe, like, as Harry, climb the ladder into the Feld building. You know, when I get to that point after doing all of this cleanup, and open a door for Kim, for the lieutenant. I went the wrong way. Well, it's not technically the wrong way, obviously, but This just seems the faster way. Actually, I'm thinking about it. A quick save. Hey, can I wash this jacket here that I have?
Our tenant, the policeman. I hope the waves don't keep you up at night. What can I help you with?
I found this jacket, but it's filthy. Could you wash it for me?
I can wash it for you, but it's going to take about a half an hour. Think you can stay put for that long?
Yeah, sure.
I could use a breather before another rainy day begins.
Okay.
Well, hand it over then, and I'll see what I can do. Must say, I'm proud of this one. It's pretty nice underneath all that filth. I hope you'll have an easier life in your hands.
Days get real runny when you're with Harry Dubois. Yeah, because you can't fast travel. You have to run everywhere. Oh god, I wish there was a way to organise that. Wait. It was that? Okay. Anyway, so that took care of that problem. I'm gonna, while I'm here, see if I can get any of these drunkards to sign. And also inquire about that ridiculously expensive...
The legend returns. You know the dance. Smokable smokes, pissable pilsner. Drink it, then convert it to piss. And there's spirits and speed too.
Why does the bottle of spirits cost 300 real?
See, friend, it's real valuable. Worth every real, if you catch my drift. Got it from a bit of a business venture.
No one can buy spirits for 300 real. That's crazy.
You know what's crazy, actually?
He grins and bursts out laughing, then takes 3 gulps of his pilsner and stares at you intently.
He's finding it difficult to focus his watery gaze.
What is?
What?
Keep him talking.
What do you mean, what? What did you think was crazy earlier?
This guy.
He says and shakes his index finger at you.
Conversation might bring a discount, no?
Where did you get the bottle of spirits from?
Oh, this is medicinal spirits. The good stuff. Got it from the doctor's office.
Lily the Pink?
I got one of those scientific ampoules a few months ago. Torpedo, they call it. It's supposed to keep a man from taking a drink.
He spits a nasty yellow clot on the ground before you.
Didn't stop me for shit, that's for sure. 5 lemons with half a pack of butter and you're good to go.
Don't drink surgical spirits, folks. Absolutely do not do that. It's a good tip, I should remember it.
It really isn't. In a week, the goddamn kidneys started giving me all kinds of hell. Finally, the missus took me to a private doctor's office. Not a charity, the real thing. Those arseholes charged me 4 real to remove the damn thing. But I came out on top after all.
Okay, how?
The idiots left me alone in there. Now, I used to teach high school biology. I know what doctors use to preserve dead fingers.
He gets an excited gleam in his eyes.
Swipe 3 cans of this blue medicinal stuff from the back room. Threw the snakes out and voila. What's left is this beautiful blue stuff. 98.7% almost pure alcohol. 2 I already sold to these fine gentlemen here. But this last one is yours for 3 real, if you want it.
Don't say it.
I'm going to take it off his hands so that no one else gets... Well, I'm not going to drink it, but so that no one else drinks it.
3 real and it's yours, friend. The deal of a lifetime.
It's very potent alcohol. That's the stuff that kills you.
Well done.
Save first.
You got it. That's a much more reasonable price right there. Makes sense now.
And blue medicinal spirits.
Just make sure to enjoy that one, friend.
I'm not going to drink it. I'm just going to see what it's supposed to do. Yeah, it's just something you can sell for money. For 6, right. As to whether it's ethanol or methanol, well, it's a roll of the dice.
Tequila Sunset.
Could you and your pals sign this document?
What's it about? I'll let my hand address the situation. Maybe you've heard. I used to be a very successful businessman. I've signed more than a few lease forms or whatever the fuck they were. Anyone's got a pen? The pro's gonna do it.
I have this green ape pen.
All right.
He grabs the pen and paper and carefully scribbles on the dotted line next to Lillian's signature, Idiot Doom Spiral. I need at least two signatures on the document.
Hey, Abs! Hey, Abs!
He shouts to the mumbling drunkard next to him. Yeah, I was going to see if... Because he doesn't appear to be wearing anything other than like a long sleeve top, so...
Don't you? You call Abigail?
The man looks around confused.
I need you to sign this document right here.
He waves the paper...
It's important.
Waves the paper and pen in front of the man's face.
Don't call her.
His trembling hand catches the paperwork. He lays it out on his knee and starts writing slowly. The handwriting is almost illegible due to his shaky hands.
Don't call Abigail. Great job, Abs. Nailed it.
He hands it back to you. Can I have the pen back too?
Don't know if I've mentioned it, but I used to be a businessman. And as a businessman, I am going to keep the pen. For my trouble.
He nods confidently. I'm glad I did not give him the lieutenant's pen.
No, that was my favorite thing of all the things you have. My favorite is the gun he lost.
Thank you.
No problem. Now, where did I put that?
Fucking hard work done for the day, man.
Don't call Abigail.
He snorts and takes a swig from his bottle. The bottle is empty.
Thank you for your services, gentlemen. Should we go and mail these? I think I saw a mailbox on the plaza.
A few more questions.
Okay, what's on your mind?
What do you guys do around here?
We are saving the world.
He looks at his comrades.
Please.
That's you.
Please don't call. Don't call.
Begs the man in the pipe.
Okay, we're drinking. We're drinking alcohol. That's what we're doing. I tried to save the world once, a long time ago, with enterprise, creativity, and willpower. But that didn't work out. So now, it's a pirate's life for me.
Don't call Abigail makes me sad. That is fair. You seem like you're characterized by your storytelling ability. You want to tell me another one sometime?
Whoop-de-doo. So now I'm a fucking storyteller. Right. Why not? Better than a beach bum.
You can't see, but it's 9:25 in game. I need it to be 10 a.m. before I can call about the dead body, so... Just wasting time, mostly. Yeah, I want to tell me how you became Idiot Doom Spiral.
It depends, really. Are you willing to help me out?
The gleam in his eyes and the slouch in his posture is so incredibly familiar.
What do you need?
Booze. Did you already forget our party? The thing I relayed to you earlier.
He taps his finger to his temple.
So, have you got anything for good old Idiot Doom Spiral? A bottle for a story. Seems fair to me.
Here, I've got a potent Pilsner.
Not much, but it will do.
He grabs the bottle from your hand and uncorks it immediately.
Hey, Spiral Boy, you gonna share that?
One of the other bums interjects.
Don't call Abigail.
Shut up, guys. I'm telling a story here.
He turns to you.
Something happened to you. Something happened to me, too. My actual name is George. But around here, you already know. I was once a reasonably high net worth individual. A founder/junior partner at a high concept creative services agency. When my story begins, I had just landed a major contract with an insurance firm. I used the profits from my agency to finance what I called a cultural incubator. Abstract value generation, value per person, high concept stuff.
Saving the world, worked in marketing. Yep, that's capitalism.
I developed the paradigm, worked within the paradigm, but the burden of leadership weighed heavily on me. So I went jogging every so often to keep myself sane.
How many people did you have working for you?
22 full-time employees, an all-star team, a potentially historical set of individuals. Worrying about them often kept me up well into the morning hours.
Did the jogging help?
It did. With my trusty Sansarique tracksuit, I felt like I could conquer the world. But now dreams are worn thin, much like my tracksuit.
He says thoughtfully, brushing dust off his excrement-stained pants. What happened?
One day I left on my evening run. As you may know, it's impossible to clear your head when you're distracted by the sound of keys jangling in your pockets.
He shakes the bottle and makes a ringing sound.
His eyes are clouded, his dilated blood vessels encircling his irises like stinging brambles.
So I removed the key ring and put the keys for the front gate and the apartment into different pockets to stop the jangling, you see. At least, that was the plan. I was halfway done with my usual lap when it started to rain. The reality situation became very wet, very quickly.
How wet are we talking exactly?
Wet, okay? It was raining really hard.
There's a trace of derision in his voice.
I made my way back home and discovered that I didn't have the key to the front gate. I'd mixed it up with the key to the letterbox, which was useless.
Yes, that would be useless.
Naturally, the situation required me to climb over the gate, which I did. There was no climbing down because I slipped and landed on my ass.
Ouch.
Ouch, indeed. Reality was looking rather grim just then. Me lying on my ass in a mud pit in the middle of a heavy shower. But when life knocked me down, I always got up. So I made my way across the yard. Standing in front of my apartment door, fumbling with my pockets, I realized that I'd also forgotten my apartment key.
Okay, so what happened next?
I rang my neighbor's buzzers. It was late, and most of them didn't even answer. Those who did assumed I was trying to sell them something and hung up before I could even explain the situation. People are naturally wary of ad men, you see. One moment someone chats you up, 5 minutes later you've bought a box of edible lingerie and a strap-on. I don't
Fun
begrudge
evening.
them, especially since I was known to be one of the best.
He pauses meaningfully.
Heavy is the head that wears the crown.
Just then, I experienced a moment of clarity. I still had the key to my office. I could wait out the storm there. But when I reached my office, I remembered that I'd asked one of my producers to change the locks that day. And since I hired only the best, he'd already done it, and I couldn't get in. Anyway, long story short, life spiraled out of control. I haven't gotten into my apartment for years, and my girlfriend left me because she didn't want to date a homeless man. The company, well, you see where I'm going with this.
It's a doom spiral.
So, now you've heard my tragic tale. What do you think? Like nothing you've ever heard, huh?
I feel like there are some steps missing.
Tequila, I've thought about this series of events for a long time. If there was anything else to it, I would have thought of it by now.
Why didn't you go to the authorities?
Well, at one point they came to me, but, you know, I didn't have any ID on me. So they tossed me in jail for 2 days.
Where is all of your stuff?
I can't say it increased my faith in the RCM. No offense, gentlemen.
He shakes his head. Look on the bright side, you've got one hell of a story.
Yeah, maybe I've exaggerated certain parts over the years. When you tell a story too often, it begins to take on a life of its own. But what matters is that it's true to my subjective experience. Anyway, that was all the story one bottle gets you. Almost empty, this one.
He's an ad man, he's telling you the story. That is true. Why'd you keep losing all your stuff?
Good fucking question, Tequila. If I knew the answer, you think I'd be hanging out on a beach in this formerly premium but now extremely dirty two-piece lycra tracksuit?
TM.
I used to own my reality situation. My business buddies and I had our own creative services agency. I had a nice apartment, an even nicer piece of ass.
Please don't say it like
But
that.
somehow it all got away from me. Now I can't hang on to anything. Just last week I stole this nice new jacket, but then I lost it too. The only things I haven't lost are these two drunks.
You of all people should empathize with this. Perhaps this lost jacket is something you could help with?
What's this about the lost jacket?
Tequila, it's a verifiable tragedy. It was practically brand new. Sure, it didn't really go with my lycra threads, but it did itch a lot less.
Lycra TM.
Say, you're a detective, right? Maybe you can help old Doom Spiral out. Solve the case of the missing jacket. What do you say, Tequila?
He looks at you bleary-eyed. You mean this jacket that I discovered on the boardwalk and had cleaned on a whim? The man examines the jacket for a moment, a look of consternation on his brow.
Nah, this isn't it. Faun, that's medium concept stuff. Totally not my style.
So you're saying there's another lost jacket out there somewhere?
It's a big world out there, Tequila. Lot of lost jackets in it. Don't know why you'd think this could possibly be mine.
Hey, Doom Spiral. Ain't that the jacket you stole the other week?
Not on your fucking life, Rosemary. What's wrong with you people? Like I'd be caught dead wearing Faun, like some low-concept bicycle courier. Tell you what, Tequila. Why don't you just hang on to that one? I'll get another jacket. Someday.
At least you got a nice jacket for your troubles.
I'll be seeing you.
Okay, let's step aside for a second. I have something I want to talk about.
Is he breaking up with me, chat?
I've been meaning to have a little chat with you about your sense of style.
My style? What about it?
I'm glad you finally started dressing a little more like an officer of the RCM. Keep it up.
Your half-brother is proud to stand beside you.
Regular cop, regular clothes.
The lieutenant regards you for a moment, unsure whether you're making a joke or not, and if so, whether he should acknowledge it.
Right, detective. You are one regular cop. You know the expression, the clothes make the man? The right outfit in the right situation can make all the difference in the world.
Okay. You're a sharp-dressed man. We could be style buddies.
Let's not get ahead of ourselves, detective.
A warm smile.
Anyway, we should probably get back to the case. Let's go.
Okay. Whew. I got concerned. I did get concerned. Could change the shoes, I suppose. I have another pair of shoes. Plus one empathy. I like the composure. We're not changing the shoes. Right, the church while I'm here. I'll be honest, I'm probably not going to buy the tracksuit trousers. Well, I have 2 pieces of the Faun tracksuit. Yeah, also they're green shoes. It is not me, Harry. It is definitely, indisputably you, as Fatchan says. That's the truth, right there. Harry is the problem. Chat, do you think I should buy the tracksuit trousers from Kuno and complete the set? I've got 10 minutes before I can do anything about the dead body, so may as well handle this up here as well. Okay, so as I say, because the audio on the computer really triggered my muscle spasms, I just looked at the answer, and this guy knows it. He knows the password.
Oh, hey, wait. There's coffee in the back. Oh, wait. I meant the mother's love.
What up, Crabman?
Coffee in the back. Something familiar about that. Coffee and stale cookies.
That's an AA meeting. Have you by any chance heard the Vihita say the password to her radio computer?
Too many times, essay. You need it for something.
Just tell me what's the password.
Don't sweat it, vato. The password is afterlife death.
That guy's a creepy doll. Oh no, he lives in the rafters of this church so he can be closer to the mother.
What you think of that? Makes me almost pity La Nilita Pequeña when I hear it.
Afterlife death, gotcha. What's about coffee? I feel like I've heard it somewhere before.
Look, man. I'm at liberty to talk about the sacred blaze of the mother's glorious heart, but not about the coffee.
Okay.
I think we're done here, essay.
Figure crawls off into the darkness above.
That was an interesting conversation.
Goodbye, crap man.
However, I'm still not sure whether we'll find our suspect here.
Enjoy being in the Mother of Silence's embrace. Side note, that'd be a badass D&D deity to be a cleric or a warlock of.
The machine's keyboard is still illuminated. The speaker.
Good morning.
Password.
Good. Please
Afterlife
repeat.
death.
Good. I have unlocked the filament. After ending the call, please press print to access the filament. Fortress Accident, is there anything else I can do for you today?
I'm good.
Goodbye, Fortress Accident.
The machine's keyboard is still illuminated.
Print.
The printer prints out a long text document with dated paragraphs. It looks a bit like someone's journal.
Read the printout.
The first entry, made on the 4th of February, 51, by an unknown author, is short and concise. Arrived at the church. The door was boarded up, so I used a crowbar to get inside. Looks like the place has been deserted. Nothing out of the ordinary, but I'll ask around. Need to figure out how to get the electricity in.
Oh, well, I'm thinking about it. Do I have 2 skill... I have 3 skill points. Oh, well, suggestion is obviously going to get increased. I might increase suggestion twice, actually. I might do it. You know what? No. I'll increase it once, and then obviously I save a lot anyway. So if I come up against a skill check, like a red skill check that I really want to pass, I'll just put the point into that after reloading a save.
The lieutenant leans closer, scouring the printout over your shoulder. Just as you finish reading, he looks up, muttering under his breath.
4th of February. That's over a month ago. Whoever set up those machines has been here for quite a while.
Do you think this log might be connected to the case?
Our case? No, I don't think so. It must be some local eccentric.
His eyes wander to the various machines around him. Read the second entry.
6th of February, 51. Had a little chat with the local fishermen. Said I shouldn't go near that place, that the church was spooky and ridden with narcotics. It's a little spooky, all right. Still haven't figured out the electricity. See? Even one of the spookers themselves says it's unnerving. What was that about narcotics? This could prove to be interesting.
Be quiet, electrochemistry. Nobody likes you here.
See? Ridden with narcotics. Just like Andre said.
Wait, narcotics?
I doubt that we can find any. It's just idle fishermen's gossip to scare away the kids.
He looks at the stained glass window.
Nothing spooky about this place either. It's just abandoned and cold, and in an awful part of town.
And you really didn't like the silence. Read the third entry.
7th of February, 51. Finally got the electricity in. Next on the agenda, a new antenna. I'm thinking ESCA series, something advanced.
Failed playback device. Why would she need an antenna?
Why would anyone need any of this equipment here?
He steps on the wire running on the ground, inspecting it with his boot. Read the fourth entry.
8th of February, 51. Bought the antenna, had some problems setting it up. Called Simon for help. Heard the others are back to making art. Drinking somewhere out of town. Sulislav started a rock band again. Lexi has been seen asking money from strangers. Artists, yet again. Harassing citizens, stealing badges, occupying public spaces with installations, like the one here. But at least the artists have their act together. They're qualified labor. They can get work anywhere. Graphic design, ads. The programmers are doing fine too. I mean, they're programmers. The writers, though, they're fucked. I just have to find out what caused that data loss and be done with it. Still don't understand how it managed to wipe out the backup, when the backup wasn't even connected to the front. I know. Everyone thinks it's impossible. They say I must be lying. I'm here to set it right.
A data loss?
Seems like something to do with radio computers. Unfortunately, I don't know enough about them to understand what the author is saying. Something about the backup data getting destroyed, and how everyone thought it was the author's fault. Let's just keep reading.
He adjusts his glasses. Artists, programmers. Lexi, who are all these people?
Her friends? Colleagues? She must be quite educated if she knew how to set up all this machinery.
He shrugs. Read the 5th entry.
12th of February, 51. Brought some food from the grocery store. Apparently, there's a strike going on in the harbor. Definitely not happy to see the Martinez people again. Everything's now set up in the church. Going to start working tomorrow, 8 a.m.
The strike. We are nearing the date of the murder.
He strokes his chin.
Keep reading. I'm interested now. I want to know what's that radio anomaly that sent this person here in the first place.
Read the 6th entry.
25th of February, 51. I've been sending data up to Lintel for a while now, trying to recreate the data loss, but nothing. Didn't even feel like logging in, the disappointment. But I did discover a curious audio-spatial anomaly at the back of the church. I've named it the Swallow. It swallows sound. Need to get some mics.
The Swallow. What a name.
Is she talking about?
The lieutenant looks to his right, toward the silence. Read the 7th entry.
28th of February, 51. Yes, the first recordings confirm that the Swallow is real, and I'm not just losing my mind. It's a pillar of silence, with a diameter of approximately 3 meters. Seems like the higher I go, the less I record. This might be a coincidence, or it could be connected to the data loss that led me here.
The pillar of silence. She is talking about the silence. Is she suggesting it's more than just an architectural quirk?
It certainly seems that way, Kim. But what could it be? Look at the water basins behind you.
The lieutenant doesn't answer. He follows your gaze, studying the basins. The water shines in them. No ripples.
Read the 8th entry.
March 51. Some kind of young disco men have appeared next to the church. I've been trying to record the silence to find the epicenter, but now it turns out I've also been capturing the future of dance music, one neo-disco song over and over again. Fortunately, the song is so monotonous, I was able to devise an algorithm to factor it out. The other day, one of the disco men came in. Before I could even say hello, she got scared and left. Good, I don't want anyone distracting me from my work.
And then she saw the crab man.
That disco man must be a cell.
She must be describing herself.
The girl on the ice? Sounds like her, yes.
Read the 9th entry.
March 51. A new 2-meter aux cable. Noodles, crackers, ping energy drinks, water, toothpaste, gum. Also, some canned air. Your reading is interrupted by the sound of the church door opening.
Uh-oh.
A strange woman makes straight for the radio computer.
Maybe I should have stopped reading sooner. Please don't leave.
Breaking into my radio computer, I see.
She glares at you as she holds down the off button for several seconds. The machine reboots.
Yes, you are breaking in, but not into her radio computer. You're a master circuit bender.
I do apologize for the intrusion, madame. We are with the RCM, you see.
Good jokes. We're looking for a suspect in a murder investigation. We thought they might be hiding here.
No one's hiding here.
You know what? Actually, that deserves to go in the Stupid Jokes playlist. I'm going to make a note of the timestamp. It's somewhere around the 101-ish. She barely looks up from the keyboard. You hear the machine whir back to life.
It's just me and my computer, and it has been this way for weeks. Now please give me some room. I need 2 seconds to see that you haven't destroyed anything.
We should talk to her after she has rebooted the machine.
The lieutenant whispers. Now?
What is it?
The woman is still hunched over the keyboard, gently illuminated by the purring machine. I didn't break anything, did I?
No, you just printed out my personal log and wasted some paper.
It does not look like a big loss to her. Sorry, but who are you? What are you doing here?
I am Soona Luukkanen-Kilde, the former lead programmer of Fortress Accident and RSA radios. I have over 16 years of programming experience and I'm proficient in both Vox and Orbis languages. If you're not here to hire me, I don't really know how I can help you.
She turns back to the terminal.
That still doesn't answer what she's doing in an abandoned church.
Have you seen the Crab Man?
No?
But you know he's around?
Yes.
Sounds like you're not worried about him at all.
No. You're right. I'm not.
Her voice trails off as she bends over to tinker with the machine's printer. Have you seen anyone suspicious, say a woman named Ruby?
What? No. No one's suspicious around here.
Why are there so many machines in this place?
I brought them here. These are my machines. Please don't touch anything.
What about those balls of water over there?
They are connected to my rain prefect.
She looks up.
Whatever you do, just please don't move them, okay? Thanks.
Short and terse. There you have it. Whatever she's using them for, they're hers.
What are you doing with your radio computer?
I'm working.
The machine seems almost alien with its pulsing core. The light casting her face in a strange shadow.
Could you
Working on what?
just shh for a moment? Or get to the point. I really need to focus on something.
Okay, I'm not going to ask why she needs the antenna.
Great.
Seems pretty obvious. What are you doing in an abandoned church?
You really like those questions, don't you?
There's a hint of amusement in her tired eyes. I'm a police officer. It's my job to ask questions.
I'm conducting scientific research here. You can't throw me out.
She says, ready to stand her ground.
I'm looking for
What
the
research?
location of a 2mm hole in the world.
Which is what the Crabman Tiago has found.
Wait, what? She's looking for a disruption in the radio waves. That's what her personal log said. The lieutenant raises his brows, but doesn't say anything.
A hole in the world. What does that mean exactly? Oh, is the hole connected to the data loss in your journal?
Yes, that's what led me here. But I suspect it might be something a bit more complicated than that.
She stares at the burnished antenna on a nearby table. A hole in the world. What does that mean exactly?
Exactly. What does it mean? Up to now, it has been impossible to say what it is because it's impossible to measure nothing.
There's something frantic about her as she locks her gaze with you, eyes shining like pearls.
What do you think it is? What qualities does nothing have? How do you measure something that does not exist?
She's suddenly absorbed in the conversation, waiting for your answer.
That's a little above your pay grade at the moment.
I'm not here for some science. I can't even understand how we're talking about something that doesn't exist, let alone measure it. Oh, I know they did. I know they passed.
You measure it by its surroundings, by that which does exist.
She replies.
Which is what I've been trying to do. I've tried using hydro transducers to record the silence, to find out where it begins. But honestly, it's not progressing very well.
She grows silent, staring at a circle of basins. It looks like some ancient ritual. Do you have any idea where this hole might be located?
Somewhere underneath those roof beams, I assume.
She looks up, eyes trying to pierce the pitch-black heights above, but without much success.
Only a faint crisscross of rafters can be made out from the dark. Most of the tower disappearing into the shade. Strange things may flourish in the dark.
Why there?
There's this place at the back of the church, a place where all audible vibrations seem to decease. I've named it the Swallow, and the higher you go, the less you record.
Fair.
The Pillar of Silence? Are you sure it's not just an architectural quirk?
Maybe, but it's oddly close to the physical coordinates of the data loss that led me to this place.
This is where the Crabman lives.
I know.
You don't think Crabman might be somehow responsible here?
No, I don't.
You said that research isn't going well. Why not?
Because it's just trial and error, trying to locate the Swallow, the exact point in space. And I don't have a... You know what? It would be really helpful if you could just stop talking and let me work.
She stops mid-sentence. That's all I wanted to know about the scary 2mm hole in the world. For now.
Great. Thanks.
How do you feel about anodic dance music?
What? I hate it.
She squints her eyes. Same here, it just doesn't connect here. Tap on your heart. Not like disco does anyway.
Maybe I'd have to be on drugs to get it, but to a sober mind it just sounds like uninspired rug whipping. No idea what it has to do with either dancing or music.
Right. But how do you feel about a club for anodic dance music?
This is about those speed freaks in the tent, isn't it? I've got some news for you. It's not a nightclub they want to build here.
Oh, it is now, sooner. I showed them the error of their ways. What do they want to build then?
Take a guess, why don't you?
Still convinced they want to establish a nightclub for Nordic dance music. They said it's their dream.
I can't believe they got you so easily. Go have another talk with those up-and-coming entrepreneurs, will you? Thanks.
Good luck. I'm not coming in there.
The lieutenant notes. Right, I'll let you work in peace. So I guess I have to go back to them now, even though I've solved this. Yup. Wonderful. I did the quest out of order. What a surprise. Or the task, sorry. Not the quest, this is a task. Oh, also when I was looking up how to solve the computer issue, because again, I don't want to trigger my muscle spasms, I checked the Shivers check to get to note that the Feld building is probably where Ruby is. According to the wiki, it is the only check in the entire game you have to pass to progress. Where's the bridge? There it is. But I didn't look at what they are, but there are a lot of modifiers you can earn by doing stuff around this area to that check to make it a near guaranteed pass. Rather than just doing what I did. Also, if you're wondering what I'm doing, I keep checking my email during the loading screens to see if there's any update on the paperwork I had to let people know I couldn't fill in. Oop, nope. Hey.
Hi again. So, how are things going?
I guess talk about the church again.
What's the deal?
I was using the mainframe when Suna, the former lead programmer of Fortress Accident, appeared.
A programmer? That's odd. What was she like? Did you ask her about the nightclub?
She did not like the Anodic Dance Club idea.
What a pity. That's my favourite thing in the world. And she doesn't like it at all.
He drops a hammer back into a toolbox.
A shame. What can we do now? Do you see a way out of this jam? And into a laser-lit future of dance and unity?
Unity! Dance!
She made it very clear that she won't leave until her own project is finished.
And you can't just evict her?
No, I won't evict her. We have to come up with a different solution.
Look at you, honour man.
Nope, still only 2 honor points.
No, Noid. He's right. Maybe we've approached it the wrong way after all. I'm sure there's a workaround. We can make a deal not to bother her. If that's okay with her, we only want to get in the church and spread the joy and ecstasy of music.
The lines in the dark exist. Coexist.
At least Crabman seems like an advanced being. He's hard. He'll understand.
He's trying to imbibe the stuff of reality from a hole in the world, Noid. I don't think he understands much anymore.
Yeah, he can do his climbing thing in the tower. And the programmer, does she like Anodic dance music?
She absolutely does not. Really, truly despises it.
Egghead cannot believe what you just said. It makes him pump the jam a little slower for a moment, but then he returns to the full swing of it.
No worries. We'll figure it out. If coexisting fails, you can always muscle her out, right? If it's all okay with you, what do you think?
I refuse to throw her out, but I can try convincing her.
Excellent! Good luck, my friend.
He smiles wide, like a replica of his friend with the large
Goodbye,
head.
officer.
Okay, back to the church. This is an annoying quest. I mean, they're not far from each other, but the loading screens are brutal. They're very long for what they are. Run, Harry Dubois, run! It's a fetch quest with no fetching? It really is. You know what we're fetching? We're fetching approval, which is what I do every day of my life. As a people pleaser with seriously low self-esteem. Stop trying to make fetch quest happen. I believe it will happen.
Yes, what is it?
What if you didn't have to leave? I talked to Andre, who wants to make it work.
I don't want to make anything work.
She replies, her expression unchanged. Hold on, you don't want to make anything work?
Yes, anything. I don't want to make anything work.
Alright, got your message.
Good. Yes, what is it?
I'm going to try and convince her.
Easy. When her research is done, she can move out.
Listen, about your research. You mentioned earlier that it's not going very well. Maybe I can help with something.
What? No, I don't really need any help with the project.
She looks up from her work, disoriented. But if I could help you finish the project, then you wouldn't have to live in a church next to the Boom Boom anymore. Just think about it.
She thinks about it. A glassy look in her eyes. A gust of wind brings more snow in from the broken gallery. It touches her hair.
Alright. Bring me the game's offside copy from my old workspace, if you really want to help. It's stored on a filament memory, and I'm unable to go and fetch it myself.
I suspect I know where that is. What is an offsite copy? Why do you need it?
It's a backup of my former employer's project, the radio game we were working on. It's stored on a filament memory, just like the one inside this radio computer.
She points to the glowing cube inside the machine.
She's making it extra simple for you.
And I'm grateful for that, because Harry, not a computer expert.
The backup itself is destroyed now, but I'm hoping to use what's left of it to pinpoint the exact location of the anomaly. You just have to go to my old workspace and get the filament.
Hold on. If it's called an off-site copy, then why is it still on-site?
I'll ask that very question.
Oh god, not this again. It is not on-site. It is in the basement. Perfectly safe and not connected to the front at all.
Basement? Sounds like it's technically still on-site.
And no, taking it outside the building wouldn't have protected it from the data loss. There's nothing wrong with keeping the backup in the basement. What happened was a freak accident that has nothing to do with how the backup was stored. We clear?
She stares at you with pleading, furious eyes.
This is clearly a painful topic for her. She must have had to explain herself numerous times.
Where is your old workspace?
On Rue de Saint-Ghislain, in the East Delta Commerce Center.
She wipes some hair off her face and sighs.
You might be more familiar with the name Doomed Commercial Area. You can get in through the bookshop on the plaza. You just have to do some explaining to the bookstore lady.
Actually, I've already been inside the doomed commercial area.
Good. Then you might know the giant ice bear fridge in the building's cellar. The filament is inside the fridge. Just go and get it.
Where exactly is the offsite copy?
In the giant ice bear fridge. I just told you. It has red glowing eyes. It's impossible to
I may
miss.
have that.
You just need to get the offside copy from the ice bear.
I'll go look.
Thanks.
She thinks for a moment, then reaches behind the radio computer and hands you what looks like an oversized pry bar.
And here's my Qualsund multitool. You might need it to hack loose some ice. It opens everything. If you get me the offside copy, then you can keep the Qualsund.
It hurts a bit for her to say this. She's not too happy to be parting with the Qualsund.
Is that not the note I missed? I
The
never
note
read.
is written with a blue pencil on a piece of lined office paper. The kitchen magnets have left spots on its surface.
Does it say anything interesting?
The lieutenant leans closer to read the crumpled note over your shoulder.
This is tangential at best, but the lieutenant's detective instinct is still active.
Read the note.
Someone has scribbled, S. I can't believe the off-site copy is still here. The illiterate ginger kid keeps stealing stuff from the studio, so I had to hide it somewhere safe.
Kuno!
You'll find the filament memory with the off-site copy in the frozen ice cream maker. Please take it home, ASAP. It's important. I'd do it myself if I lived in a civilized place with a freezer. Take care. Sully soif.
Okay. Well, the ice cream maker's in the basement, so there's that at least. Right, well, if I'm going over in that direction, I may as well buy the Fallen tracksuit pants from Kuno and clear that task, get that experience. Still incredibly annoyed about the fact that the game gave me a task I couldn't complete. I think that was a bug. It seems to be pretty good at not doing that. Like, I'm assuming that Everard asks you to do more than one thing, but because I've done something, and he's like, you can't hunt with the weasel anymore. Now I can fast travel. Oh god, maybe it was bugged yesterday. Okay, well, I need this.
The dented yellow mailbox greets you with its graffito, bullet holes, and an RCM sticker.
I knew we'd get to use this mailbox for something.
Yes, for sending mail.
Oh, he's right. Drop the white envelope into the mailbox.
You drop the white envelope in the darkness. It lands with a soft thud on what sounds like a couple of letters. About a week's worth of mail as collected in there. They'll empty this very soon. Probably did the right thing. You can't trust that slug, Everard. You know he's going to play you somehow.
All right, let's go back to Everard. If we don't mention anything to him, he won't know before it's too late.
Hey, Kuno.
Fuck does Kuno care?
I want to buy the phone pants.
Here, pig. We're phone now. Performance buddies.
Kuno unzips his jacket again and pulls the pants out of the plastic wrapping.
Kuno can already see you soaring through the air like a fucking eagle. Pig's in Kuno's debt now. Money debt.
I gave you money. That's how the transaction worked. He looks at you with pride.
Money debt doesn't mean anything. He's just saying words. You're not in his debt.
Kuno doesn't fucking care.
Would have helped when I was trying to break doors down, actually. What next? I guess I'll go and grab the... You know what? I'll ring the library. Oh, is the person over here? Nope.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone.
The radio.
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you?
Connect me to Jamrock Public Library, please, Alice. By the way, have you got your pay rise yet?
Hold on, officer. I've got Central Jamrock Public Library on the line, and I've already introduced you to their librarian. Connecting the call in 2, 1.
Yes, this is Central Jamrock Public Library here. How can I help you, officer?
A male librarian answers the call.
He sounds worried, yet ready to assist. This is how people get when the police call.
I'm looking for any information that you can provide on Billy Majon, a reader.
Billy Majon, you said. Give me a moment, I'll have to check our database.
He puts down the receiver.
Yes, hello, are you still there? I found Billy Majon's home address, is that alright? No phone number, unfortunately.
You can hear him fiddle with the printout.
They're too poor to have a phone line.
Yes, home address is fine.
Here we go, sir. Rue de Saint-Ghislain, 33B, apartment number 20. It's in Martinez, I believe. Cape Side Apartments, it says. That's all.
Oh, I know where that is.
That's where the smoker on the balcony lives, isn't it?
Thank you, that's all from me. I have no other questions.
Happy we could help. Goodbye, officer.
The librarian hangs up and the call gets redirected back to the station.
Anything else you need from me?
I'm good for now.
57, over and out.
In the cabin, you see...
Really probably should contact the 41st and tell them I've got my badge back. Probably not going to. Anyway. No, that's the wrong way. I'm gonna go to number 20 before I forget it's number 20. Don't know what floor number 20 is on, so this will be exciting. I assume there'll be a thing I can click on the door. Okay. Well, I know he lives at 28, so I'll try the other side of the building. Oh, maybe I have to click on each door manually. Oh, no, this has never happened before. Oh, it has, never mind. Must be the other side of the building then. I check every door on my way past, if I can. Most checks have secret difficulty modifiers. Talking to the right person can reopen a closed white check. Oh, I'm also... Oh, no, never mind. That was slightly blurry. But no longer. So I can't open... Oh, there we go. Right. Let's see what door number this is.
You hear someone walking around.
Oh. I assume this is 12. Or 11.
This door has been closed.
Well, if that's 10 and 11, this is unlikely to be 20, but I'll check anyway. No, because that's just the bathroom. Never mind. Well, that's 28. I know that much.
A weathered brown door.
There we go.
The number reads 20. Something smells good. Soup alongio. The lieutenant motions to you to go ahead and knock. This is the door. You already know it's the right door. This is going to be so hard.
Hold on, Kim. We should discuss this before we move on. What should we expect?
You're right. Let's talk this through.
He looks at the apartment door, lowers his voice a bit.
You hear some light footsteps and what appears to be a daily weather forecast playing on the radio.
Chances are that whoever is going to greet us behind that door is somehow related to the deceased. This means that our job here is to deliver the death notification, as well as identify the body. Now, delivering a death notification is never an easy task. There's a reason why it's often called the most stressful part of our job. This is why it's usually done in pairs. You got this. I'll be monitoring reactions, ready to act if necessary.
Do you have any advice on how to tell her he's...
Dead? Just don't say that you know how they feel. You don't.
Gotcha.
Good advice.
What if I don't want to do this?
Yes, it's hard. But there is no easy way to handle this information. It just has to happen. As soon as possible.
He stares at the front door for a moment, his face still. Alright, I think I'm ready.
The lieutenant motions towards the door.
Leaving quick save first, just in case this goes
A
terribly.
weathered brown. The lieutenant. This is the door.
Knock.
Hello? Who is it?
A voice calls out from the other side of the door.
And someone turns down the radio.
Is this Billy Majon's home? This is the police. Please open the door.
The police? A moment, please give us a moment.
You hear shuffling inside.
Tidying up. Nervously. There's fear in her voice.
Come in, the door is open.
She unlocks the door. Time to not awkward turtle our way out. Sorry, chat. Quite tired. Hey, does that sympathetic yawning, does that work over Twitch? The sea fort I have still yet to visit. Well, I am still yet to visit, I should say. Right, I'm going to poke around your flat before I do anything. Packages of humanitarian aid macaroni. Windows covered in old newspaper clippings. I yawn when streamers yawn. I'm sorry, Ari. Can't they afford curtains? Probably not. An empty pack of red Astra cigarettes hidden under the bed. These seem like poor people in this area. Same brand of cigarettes you found in the trash next to the deceased. A chalk-drawn height chart for children's growth over the years. A textbook for high school, mathematics, trigonometry mostly. The clock is ticking away with an odd cheerfulness. Its ticking makes you anxious, rings hollow in the room. Posters of contemporary pop stars adorn the walls.
Hello, I'm Billy. Would you like something to drink? Tea? Lemonade?
She asked nervously.
We're out of coffee. I was supposed to get some tomorrow.
The lieutenant has taken off his foggy glasses and is busy cleaning them in his handkerchief for now. You're on your own here. Condensation. From stepping inside. He must feel vulnerable without his glasses. Is this why he's letting you take the lead?
Hold on. You're Billy? I thought Billy was a man.
No, I'm Billy. This is about my husband, Victor. I can come pick him up in the station if that's what.
She stops, her eyes trying to read answers from your face.
Keep it together. You don't want your body language to tell her the news.
Sorry, I'm rambling. It's just that Victor often gets into all kinds of trouble. So, how can I help you?
She shakes her head and tries to laugh it off.
How about some small talk before you break the news? Definitely no small talk. This isn't the time or place.
I've got the quick save. Look at that. Looking at a +4 just from Kim being here.
You've done this before. Just keep your focus.
Do I just say he's dead like that? Ma'am, I'm very sorry to say, but your husband, Victor Mejean, was found dead on the Martinez boardwalk.
What did you say?
She blinks.
A great and terrible spike. The blood freezes in her veins.
Your husband, Victor Mejean, is dead. I'm very sorry for your loss, ma'am.
Oh.
She touches her neck, eyes pale like pearls in seawater.
Oh. But he was just...
She looks at the kitchen table where 2 cigarette butts are still in the tray.
But he was just here. Alive.
We understand this comes as a huge shock. I want you to know that me and my partner are here for you if you have any questions. Take your time, ma'am.
What happened to him?
She turns to you. Her neck and cheeks are covered with red blotches. Her double chin is shaking. It was an accident. He fell through a hole in the boardwalk and hit his head.
Was he drunk?
We don't know yet, but we will let you know when the results arrive.
I see. And you just found him there, lying in the cold.
She withdraws, trying to picture the scene.
How long had he been there?
If you say 2 days maybe, it will be etched in her mind forever.
It couldn't have been long.
She blinks, eyes welling up with tears, as her hand starts searching for something from the pockets of her dress. The handkerchief.
Just give her the lieutenant's handkerchief.
A small, terrified smile quivers on her face as she takes the handkerchief and wipes away the tears. She looks disoriented.
Don't ask what was on it. We're not going to tell her.
Is there anyone we could call for you? A friend, a family member, someone who could be here for you?
No. I just need to tell my girls.
She breathes in. The air gets sucked out of her lungs suddenly.
It burns like acid.
God. Should I call them? Should I tell them to come home?
No. A day.
No. Take a day to recover. You'll be better prepared when they come home tomorrow.
Good. That's probably the right thing. Thank you.
She nods, but with a wretched expression.
Just tell me, what do I need to do next? Where is he? Can I see him?
Look at all the books they have. Amazing.
We've taken him to the city morgue. The local coroner will be contacting you shortly to arrange the funeral. Here's his number in case you want to contact him earlier.
He hands her a leaflet with the morgue's contact information.
Is there anything else that the RCM could do for you?
No, I'll call you if something comes up. I'm still...
She rubs her face, runs her fingers over cheeks that have become numb.
Thank you. Thank you for telling me. I'll call if
She looks down and runs out of breath. Again, I'm very sorry, ma'am.
We should step outside and talk.
The lieutenant nods at the woman that looks back at you, his voice loud. Set the library card by her, leave the room. You want to hook her? No, that's fair. That's a feels bad man moment. That's an oof. Feels awful. I don't want to play this game anymore. It's making me feel feelings.
You did well.
The lieutenant says as soon as you've left the apartment. The balcony feels cool and quiet with a stunning view of the district. Nod, what now?
I'll call the station when we're finished with the day, and let them know the name of the deceased.
That's it?
That's it. We should get back to our case now that our duty here is done.
What about Billy and her kids?
They'll manage.
This is close then.
Let's go.
Help sooner, and right. I'm clearing out the tasks. They're slowly getting removed. Which, apart from narratively, I have only one lead right now, and that is finding Ruby. The fact I'm not getting any more tasks also kind of indicates that I'm maybe nearing the end of the game. Obviously, it takes quite a while to do anything because of all the conversations, but there's that. Ideally, I can finish all the lingering stuff today, but we'll see how that goes. And then just progress with the main investigation. You know how we do it on this channel. We do all the side stuff first. It's the only way to do it, because then you're over-leveled for the rest of it. Although this isn't really a game you can over-level in, which is good. I guess she was the woman that was on looking at the books. Wonder if I'd spoken to her if she'd told me that her husband was missing. Wonder if I had spoken to her that if she would tell me her husband was missing. This is the basement access, I believe. Okay, ice cream maker. As in the... Here, actually, this is the ice cream maker.
This orange machine is buzzing like an old submarine. It has a hand-cranked ice cream churner on top and an electric freezer that appears to be frozen shut.
Try to crack open the lid.
You slip your fingers under the frozen lid, but the ice is too cold for you to get a good grip. A pry bar would come in handy here, or something stronger, like the Kvalsund KR2 multi-tool.
Didn't Sona give you a perfect tool for this kind of job? The Kvalsund. You should take it out.
Equip the multi-tool by going to the tools.
Okay. That's on me. Oh. Harry's left-handed. Whoa, that's a chunky multi-tool. This Harry's left-handed.
This orange machine is buzzing like an old submarine.
Okay.
This orange machine is buzzing like an old submarine. Ice squeaks beneath your Kvalsund multi-tool, but your fingers slip away from the tool. The lid shutters tightly as before. Unplugging the ice cream maker will allow it to defrost.
Ooh, that's smart. Here's the generator.
2 cables are plugged into the breaker box. The red one leads to the ice bear fridge, and the black one to the ice cream maker nearby. Something close to you dies with a soft electric purr.
Very smart. Opening the lid should be much easier after the ice cream maker has defrosted.
You know what will make it even easier? Trousers. Where are they? God, Harry, you. You're looking something. Whoop. Oh, right, I've just lost a health, I think. Do I have anything else for physical instrument? I don't think so. Oh, wait, no. Well, I'm already wearing something there. No. Okay. Yeah, I lost a point of morale.
This orange machine is dead still. It has a hand-cranked ice cream churner and an electric freezer. The ice around it slowly melting.
I'm glad I saved.
Ice groans and howls under the strain of your giant Gewaltsund multi-tool until the lid cracks open.
We did it! First try! No shuffle.
Darkness lies inside, but you can faintly make out an object, intricate and foreign, left there for a sub-zero beauty sleep, a filament memory with the words "off-site copy" written on its side.
We're taking it.
You gently lift the cube from its frosty bedding, careful not to damage it.
We should take it back to Miss Lukanen killed as soon as possible. I'm not sure how well unused filaments tolerate room temperatures.
Yes, but aren't you curious to know what's on the precious filament? There's a radio computer upstairs.
There is. I'm not going to do it.
Only the red cable is somewhere. A machine.
Unless you think I should, chat. But I'd rather not fail the quest. The task, sorry. Much better. We're still wearing the horrific necktie? We sure are. I cannot finish this game. Why did you give this to me? I'm just going to check if there's any point actually checking the filament. There it is. The wiki doesn't say. Gosh dang it. You know what? In the spirit of curiosity, I have just saved. We're gonna check what's on it. I think you're gonna have plenty of time today, in game, to do stuff. With the amount of stuff I have left to do. Obviously, I expect there'll be a couple of steps left in all of these tasks that I have left to do, but hopefully it's fine. Oh, right. Better.
The dusty radio computer.
Turn it on.
The machine lights up like some prehistoric animal stirring from its slumber, revealing fluorescent play and print keys.
Sorry,
it's empty,
it's the
like
music
a
coming
beat.
out.
The
Just
filament
flip through
you
all this,
have,
insert the copy,
like a smooth draw.
press play.
The speaker comes to life. Static seeps through the machine's planar magnetic driver. An old lady greets you. Her voice sounds 100 years old.
Good morning. Fortress accident
Dang it.
en rue de Saint-Ghislain. Please repeat. Is this the offsite copy?
Might have a password for the offsite copy.
Good. Please repeat the password.
Afterlife death?
No, that's not it.
What does she mean? That's not it. What's the password then?
The password? I'm really bad at passwords. Can you give me a hint?
No.
I don't know the password.
Received.
Don't worry.
Fortress accident.
That's all for me.
Thank you.
Tiles on the cube are still...
Oh, wait, no, I need to remove it.
Tiles on the cube. The filament slide.
Steve. Yeah, that's the sound I hate. You know what, I'm just gonna leave. I'm gonna leave this way. I'm just gonna cover up the webcam while I do this. Do you get chatling again? I hope you want chatling. I just trap my hands and my fingertips in my earphones, putting them back on. Sorry, I know that's disquieting to see. I apologise for that. I should have turned the webcam off as soon as I felt it start. Weird visual thing. I could just fast travel. What am I doing? Yeah, I'll be fine. It's just that audio effect triggers my muscle spasms. It happened yesterday as well when I came to the church. It makes my neck really painful after a while, and then starts my stutter or stammer if you prefer. We discuss from around here. Ah, dang it.
Yes, what is it?
About the offsite copy you asked me to bring.
Yes?
I brought you the filament.
Thanks. Looks like it's the one.
What's going to happen now?
Now I'm going to print it out to see what's left of it.
She's already inserted the filament into the radio computer's core, ready to close the door.
Wait. No. That's dangerous.
Wait.
She shouldn't do it.
Don't put it in yet. Might be dangerous.
No. It's not dangerous. Just depressing.
She starts laughing but stops immediately, her voice oddly humorless. How do you know?
I have a theory. Lintel was able to divine the anomaly's location from this broken copy. I want to repeat their calculation, only this time with better equipment.
She says as the filament clicks into place.
Watch. What an intricate display of failure.
Look, Suna, you don't have to personally attack me, okay? She says and presses print on the machine's keyboard.
The paper starts filling out with ink, soaking it in a gleaming blackness. Not a single line of data stands out. This is wrong. Machines shouldn't behave like that.
Something's very cool with that filament memory.
Sona doesn't
Wrong,
reply.
sorry.
Her hands running over the printout. She's looking for something. For her morning star. Eyes scouring the millimeters.
Here. I found it.
She suddenly says, rising her, I suppose that's supposed to say raising, her ink-stained fingertip. Where? Lean closer.
Hold on.
She's behind the keyboard now, typing in some numbers that only she understands. The terminal beeps and the light inside starts pulsing like a glowing heart. Can I do anything?
Shh. Just give me a second. I'm almost...
She clocks up her typing speed. She's not touching the keyboard, which is down here. Interesting.
I've never witnessed a programmer work before.
The lieutenant leans closer to whisper.
Done. I've got it. I found the location of the anomaly.
Suna jumps up from the keyboard like a spring. There's joy in her voice as she pumps her fist in the air. Oh my god, congratulations.
Thank you.
She yells back with a grin. So where is it? Where is your 2 millimeter hole in the world?
There. In the swallow.
She points at the other end of the church where a group of water bowls forms a ritualistic arch.
Think you can help me again?
She tilts her head, eyes sparkling. Sure.
I need you to go move those water bowls for me. I need to double check my calculations.
You like moving things around. Moving things around is calming.
Interfacing is not wrong.
Just walk over to the circle and follow my instructions. Move the third bowl 2 centimeters to the left, and the fourth bowl 5 centimeters to the right. This should do the trick.
3, 2, 4, 5. Okay. 3, 2 left, 4, 5 right.
Thanks.
Is this the third one?
It's awfully silent again, as if someone turned off the entire world outside those walls. Water inside the bowls stands still. Measurements have been marked down around the bowls, each chalk-drawn line representing a centimeter on the floor. Oh boy, this is going to be good.
Move the third bowl from the left 2 centimeters away.
It moves like a ghost, without creating a single trace of sound.
Move the fourth bowl from the left 5 centimeters to the right.
Some water spills out of the bowl, wetting the floor. The lead programmer sends you an encouraging thumbs up from across the hall.
Yes, what is it?
I moved the water bowls to the... she doesn't look up from the keyboard. I moved the water bowls to the right position just like you asked. What's next?
Great. Everything should be aligned now.
She stops, biting into her chapped lip.
Miss Know-It-All is hesitating.
What's wrong?
Yeah. Nothing. Now the only thing left to do is to unmute the headphones.
She snaps out of the lull.
If we got the location right, we should then be able to hear whatever sound this anomaly makes.
Wait, why did you have your headphones on mute in the first place?
Honestly, I'm a little scared.
She's avoiding your gaze. Isn't it going to be just silence and nothing else?
I don't know. That's what I'm scared of. I don't know. It could be anything.
She stares at the heart of her computer.
I mean, what sound does the nothing make? How can you even listen to something that doesn't exist?
She turns to face you, the mainframe throwing shadows on her chin.
What if silence is only what surrounds it, but the swallow itself is...
She goes silent, her face very pale in the cold light of electricity. You're overthinking this.
Maybe I'm just tired.
She rubs her face. It's scary, but we just have to face it.
Yeah, you're right. Let's do it.
She breathes in, puts on her oversized headphones, ready to press unmute on the keyboard.
The lieutenant takes a step back. And then, nothing. Nothing happens. As Sona Lokinen-Kilda presses unmute on her keyboard. Nothing but silence. You can hear some small animal cross the floor in the chancel. It's that quiet in the sanctuary.
Can you hear anything?
She doesn't answer. Her eyes closed and brows knitted together in a state of deep focus, one hand cupping the headphone.
Well?
Damn it!
She lets out a loud sigh before tearing off her headphones. She's still avoiding your gaze. Well, at least the world seems to be still alright.
Yeah. Nothing happened. Let's move on.
Despite her fear, she was hoping for something extraordinary to take place.
What do you mean nothing happened? Did you find the swallow?
No.
She rests her face on her hands, massaging the forehead.
No. My hypothesis was wrong. According to this, I should have heard something, if I got the coordinates right. Like I said,
hey,
silence
Weldy.
is only what surrounds it.
Hopefully you have a nice lunch. Thank you for the lurk, as usual.
But this is just another failure. Silence sounds like silence. That's all it is.
She raises her head, staring at all the machines that litter the church, cables coiling up on the floor like pests.
You can try on the headphones. See if you can hear anything. But don't get your hopes up.
Silence is silence? You're sure there's more to it? This can't be it. You should have a listen.
Just gonna do a shuffle.
Yes, what is it?
All you hear is your own breathing. Heavy.
1 in 3 chance, I believe. Well, you know, slightly less, but... I believe! Then again, I believed in the 58% chance and failed 3 times, so who knows. We believe! No, chat. We believe! Because we're all just bees. Let's face it.
Yes, what is it?
Everything disappears.
That's a
You are draped in
second double
silence
five.
like a drowning man staring into his puny little headspace. And then the pressure changes.
What does it mean?
It feels like flying on an aerostatic, or when your ears pop, or like a subtle difference in the atmosphere, a weather change hanging in the air. What if the sound you're looking for is too low for you to hear it?
Sooner. What if we just need a better sound system?
A better sound system? Alright, but where would we get one?
So there's this tent outside. I mean, if it's ULF, yeah, you'll need a better sound system to detect that.
Suddenly, a rhythmic beat permeates the walls, causing a small patch of decorative stucco to crumble onto the wooden floor.
They should really allocate some renovation funds to this place.
Murmurs the lieutenant, inspecting the damage done to the arabesques.
No. What they really should do is shut down the disco men for disturbing neighborhood peace.
Yes, but they could help with the speakers.
You mean the speed freaks?
She closes her eyes as more dance music invades the holy silence of the sanctuary.
Of course. The speed freaks. They have a fantastic sound system. And you think they would help me?
They would if you wouldn't mind them moving in with you.
I guess I could live through a week or two of peaceful coexistence.
Brilliant negotiating there, detective. As always.
Great. I'll go talk to them then.
Sure. Let me know how it goes. Thanks, officer.
Back to the speed freaks, I guess. That's what we're calling them now. Check up on Suna's project after they've moved in. Report back to Andre that they can move in. So, I might be doing a stream tomorrow evening, chat, after my normal stream. I don't know if anyone's interested in that. If I haven't finished this by then, it will be more of this. And then on Monday, I am actually streaming on Monday, all being well. Obviously, it's a Valentine's Day. We're playing that dating sim visual novel I spoke about yesterday. There is a character creator in it. So we've got some decisions to make when we get there. That's all I'm saying for now. Did I talk to Estelle about everything?
The shaggy head.
So you talked to my associates, right?
Aye.
Are you going to help us? With the church, I mean.
I hope you're alright.
Great. Let us know if there's any progress, will ya? We've been waiting for weeks here.
Your associates tried to use me to set up a drug lab. I'm guessing you knew of this plan.
I did, and I'm sorry. For what it's worth. Which isn't much.
She doesn't appear surprised.
This is why I didn't go into the tent. Typical delinquency.
The lieutenant looks at the ocean, squinting his eyes.
You don't get to choose your posse, they choose you. Mine are idiots, but they're mine. I tried to talk Andre out of it.
Should have tried harder. Misleading a cop is no joke.
I know. I should have been able to control them. And I will in the future. I promise. May I ask? What did you tell them?
Do what you will with your dance club plans, just no drug labs, please.
Thank you. I'll get them under wraps, I promise.
The others told me you went inside the church. What did you see in there?
Oh, that. You're not going to believe me. There's no point in me telling you.
Oh, I'll believe you.
She's less prone to blurt it out, crab man, than the others.
We'll see. Go ahead and tell me.
Okay. I went in and I saw a woman next to one of those machines there. Noid calls it a mainframe. She was dressed like someone who's been raised by their grandmother, you know, strange old clothes. Had this absent expression, didn't say anything, just stood still.
Go on.
And then, you know, right behind her, a man crawled down the wall. Upside down like a crab, down the church wall. I think the woman didn't even know he was there. He was completely silent. He stopped right before he got to the floor, then just hung there like that, looking at me. Right at me. I fucking turned around and walked out. End of story.
Like a crab, you say?
The lieutenant nods, his face a stone. Nod, I saw him. I saw the crab man.
You saw him? Does it mean that you went in there? Did you see the other spooker, the one in Grandma's clothes?
I did see them both, yes.
Good, so you believe me. You should go tell this to Andre. He'll know what to do next.
I'd like to know more about your associates.
My associates? I haven't got much to say about them.
What do you mean? You must know something about them.
Of course I do. I just don't tell people about my friends and who they are and so on. I don't provide information on them.
That's fair.
To the cops.
What about you? Tell me something about yourself.
Me? I'm a silver bird.
Okay, maybe I'll ask later about all this.
Don't know what makes you think it'll be any different later, but...
You seem surprisingly comfortable with being questioned. Why's that?
Well, it's just questioning, right? You're just questioning me. It's what cops do.
We do, don't we? Mind if I question you some more?
Go ahead.
Shuffle time.
Hello again.
The device is cold to the touch. An
Yes, I could put points into it, but I'm not going to. I am actually thinking I might put a point into pain threshold, purely because of the chair incident. In case something else comes up with that, it might be useful to have an extra point in pain threshold. Please.
Hello again.
Thank you. That was weird.
The device is cold to the touch. An angular omega.
No, I want to succeed this test. I want to pass the check.
Hello again.
The device is still warm from her touch and heavy as a brick from the batteries inside. The company logo, Omicron, adorns its yellow plastic cover. Inside, the tape is rolling. The girl looks at the device in your hands.
I'm sorry you have to sit here on the ice with the drugs wearing off. At your age, or at any age in this weather, waiting for it to get dark.
She looks you in the eye, her pupils wide, surrounded by a ridiculous amount of makeup.
Hey, we don't make that judgment call here. The people who built this world intended it to be better for you, but they failed. It is easier to live in their failure with this by your side.
The wind howls. She remains silent. It's real. Tell her.
It's not a childish fantasy. It can be a real weapon against what's coming for you.
What is?
Nothing, if you got this. Don't be scared.
Okay, I'll stick to it.
Her teeth rattle. She takes the device from you and places it in her lap.
There is little you can do to help her now. But given the chance, you feel like you should. There is something about her. A weightiness. Something changes between you two. She looks at you differently now. As an equal. A fellow human being.
So thanks, I guess, for the psych session. Maybe I can return it. What's been eating you, officer?
You said eating me? There's nothing eating me.
Come on, I can tell. But, okay. Be a boyadero about it if you want to.
I guess there is something that's been making my life hell.
What is it?
It's the plight of the working class.
Oh. Really?
The golem of capital runs rampant, smashing creator and slave alike. I fear the process is irreversible.
Wow. Social justice really matters that much to you? That's commendable. It really had you shaken up there. Are you sure that's it, though?
No, that's probably not it, is it?
No. It sounds like you just got chick issues.
Now that you mention it, I found these letters I'd thrown in the trash. They might have something to do with it.
Okay. Why'd you think that?
They were written in a woman's hand and... oh boy, did reading them make me not feel good.
There you have it then. Chick trouble. Not political after all. Who was she?
I don't remember.
Really? You seem to be pretty upset about this chica. Are you sure you don't remember anything about her?
She appears to believe you. I remember her scent and that's all.
Wow, man. That's some pretty strange shit. Are you sure the letters were for you?
She rubs her sides for warmth. Yeah, I'm sure. Why would I have reacted so strongly otherwise?
How come you don't remember, though? Is it like some selective memory thing?
Wait, what do you mean by selective memory?
Man, when I get hurt, I just want to forget that shit, you know? That kind of selective memory.
I think it's more about me getting so unbelievably drunk I completely erased all memory of this world.
Yeah, or it might be that. This one time I did so much booze that I forgot too.
It's obvious she's done more than booze.
Or it might just be some psych bullshit, you know? Königstein wank.
What is this Königstein wank?
You know, the psych thing they've got going on there. Rich people like it. People in Königstein are mostly rich.
Thanks for the bullshit psych thing then.
You're welcome. Might be for the best to keep that shit forgotten though. Just my opinion. If it itches, don't scratch.
She thinks for a second, stretching her jaw.
Yes, but it itches really, really bad.
Actually, that's it for now. I've got 2. You know what? I'm going to put 1 in pain threshold and 1 in rhetoric. Oh, at least they're not doing that whole, hey, come in, you're letting the warmth out thing again. I'm going to sort this out and then probably take my wellness break, just so you're all aware. And hopefully, once my wellness break is done, the after effects of that tone will have finished. And you can all stare in horror at my face again. I assure you, it is not the expression, it is genuinely my face. Hang on.
Back to the heavyweight jam!
Says the young man with the tape player and the large Boyadero boots. Long-shaped trees sprout on his silver belt buckle.
Hardcore! Hardcore!
I'm just going to be quiet for a bit.
Hardcore to the mega! Internally coherent! All core! All right! Yeah!
He furrows his brow as his very large head traces the sublime invisible movement of the music in the very real air of the stuffy tent.
Hardcore! Ah!
He lets out an agonized roar over the feeblish, obviously not too hardcore beat below. No, but seriously, I'm a little worried it isn't.
The question is, what is the question?
Just answer the question.
But there was no question. We're close,
says the young man with the tape player.
True, hard, full, core!
Gonna be quiet again?
Hardcore! Hardcore to the mega! Internally coherent! All core! All right! Yeah!
He furrows his brow.
Hardcore! Ah!
The question is, what is the question?
That would have been good if I had asked you a question, but I didn't. Now it's just idiotic.
But there was a question? We're close.
True,
Okay.
hard, full, core! Hardcore! Hardcore to the internally coherent! All core! All right!
He furrows his...
Hardcore!
Okay.
Ah!
So hardcore.
Is it though?
He stops dead in his tracks, tilting his head to the side. It is.
But is it? I mean, really?
He tilts his head to the other side like an owl. The question is, what is the question?
No, but seriously, I'm a bit worried it isn't.
He frowns and starts bobbing his head back and forth once more.
Don't be alarmed. Everything is okay. He isn't actually worried. Everything is still super hardcore. What he probably means is, it could be even more so.
You said you were worried. What do you think is wrong with the music?
There's nothing wrong with it. I'm still in love with the hardcore.
He turns pensive all of a sudden.
Sometimes I just feel like anodic music is in its infancy, you know? For example, take this Arno van Eyck jam I've been pumping for the last month, and will continue pumping for the rest of 51. Isn't something holding it back from being hyper?
He thinks for a moment, then his expression clears.
It's like it's only ultra.
I think it's super hardcore, but you're right. It's not hyper hardcore.
It's only ultra hardcore.
It is, isn't it? I knew it.
He nods in agreement.
But how could it become harder core? I know the answer in my heart, but cannot sink it in my head. If this is not hyper, how could anything be?
Sounds suspiciously like a question. I thought the question was, what is the question?
No! This is the answer!
Try to think if anything could make it hardcore.
What? Guys, there's something happening in his head.
He looks at you with customary amazement. Think even harder.
Oh yeah! He's doing it!
But you're not. This is almost certainly a matter that surpasses the limits of reason.
My imagination fails me.
I know! So does mine!
He laughs and shakes his head.
But there's something else that hasn't failed you.
Wait, I just remembered something. I'm the police.
Uh-huh.
And I have a job to do instead of this absurdity, you see. Actually, it's more likely to hinder us.
Oh!
Can't help you with this right now. I need something else. Something extra.
Yeah!
Are you a thought reader?
No nation, but transnation! No war, but class war!
Okay.
Yeah!
I see where this is going. I'm just gonna... Yeah.
Alright!
I didn't realize this would help. I just wanted to
Good morning!
experiment.
Yeah! Pump it up! Pump it up!
No.
While I was thinking about it. The music's just going to restart. Maybe. Maybe it'll never start again. Maybe the game has crashed. Oh god. What if reality itself has crashed? We've all been sucked into a 2mm hole in something called... Oh no, we're all good.
The large-headed...
Good morning! Yeah!
No. That...
Hey, that was a terrible roll. Roll higher. Oh no. The swallow has come again. The swallow will come for us all, chat. No one is safe. We're just giving birds a bad name here, right? That's all we're doing?
The large...
Good morning! Yeah!
No.
Hang on. I'm going to reload. I'm going to talk to Andre and see if that gives me a modifier. That seems like the smart thing to do. You know, when the game returns.
Hi again. So,
About the church.
Yes? What's the deal?
Good news. I managed to convince Suna she's okay with you guys moving in on one condition. She needs your speakers for her project.
We are grateful, Copman. You're an augury of a new era of anodic dance music.
The Speed Freak smiles, happier than it's ever been before. You're going to have to share space for a couple of weeks until she gets her research finished.
That's fine. We can manage.
He grins, excited.
And you're still sure about keeping our little side business, right?
Oh, you mean the illegal drug black? There will be no shady shenanigans in the church. Only love and anodic dance music.
Fine. We can make do. It's going to take us a bit to move our stuff inside. A couple of hours, maybe. Come check back later. Let's get moving.
Oh, did I just mess up by getting rid of them? Or can I talk to them once they're in the church? Hopefully I didn't just mess up. I figured that would be just like, hey, you're in good books with Andre. Egghead's easy. That test is easier. I guess not. Side notes. Stammers are very annoying things. I just want to finish this task so I can take my wellness break. That's all I want to do. Just want to stretch and hydrate and have a snack. I'm getting hungry. But no, the game insists on making this longer. Side note, I don't mind all that much. I'm just making noise at this point. That was like a side note to a side note. I apologize. That would be a bottom note. Might task. Help soon with the project. There we go. No, check on the project after they've moved in. What do you mean file not found? Oh, I know that feeling. I think that's a cell. All 4 backdoor hardcore? Well, you know, that sounds like a sex thing.
She's whistling a melody, her trusty contact mic attached to a wooden pulpit. At the sound of your footsteps, she stops what she was doing and turns to you.
Hey there. I've been recording some new audio from all these beams and rafters. The sounds travelling through the wood are pretty cool. Creaks and stuff. Like you're underwater, you know? But like, underwater inside a tree. But that's not really what I wanted to talk about. I wanted to thank you instead.
What for?
For getting me and my friends in here. And we even found some new associates, such as they are.
How's everyone doing?
Good, I think. Noid is getting a read on the place. I think he finds the carpentry very impressive. Andre's been setting up the compressor and dancing. Egghead's been keeping the party up. He's got the stage under control. Sauna, the programmer, she's doing whatever she does. Behind that radio computer of hers. She doesn't talk to us much. And the crab man hasn't shown himself, thank God.
Now, can you tell me about your associates?
Sure. You helped us out. I can repay the favour. What do you want to know?
What's the deal with Egghead?
What do you mean?
What does he think he's doing when he yells all that stuff?
Oh, that. He's the party boy.
What's a party boy?
Anodic music doesn't really do vocals in the traditional sense. Vocals are thought of as rock. That's to say they're a bit backward. No offence if you like rock music though. Rock music's cool by me.
No offence taken.
Anyway, even if you don't have vocals, you still need someone to say something every now and then, right? To urge things on. That's where the party boy comes in. He basically just stands on the stage and dances and yells how awesome everything is. It's very catchy.
Everything is awesome.
I understand. People are usually afraid to do things if others aren't already doing them. Dancing makes you dance, like sneezing makes you sneeze, or yawning makes you... Anyway.
He looks around, a little embarrassed of the enthusiasm of his interjection. Where's he from? How long has he been with you guys?
Actually, we don't know where he's from, or who he is, really. One time we were out partying somewhere in backwater Forburg. Or maybe even Coal City. I can't remember. Maybe it was Coal City. Egg was yelling along to some jam someone was spinning, all night long. Just kept yelling until he didn't have a shred of voice left. When the sun came up over the mines. There were mines? Yeah. It was in Coal City.
She nods.
Egg came with us. He made this wheezing puppy dog sound all the way back. Couldn't even speak. It was definitely Coal City, because it took us 2 days to walk back to the fort. He just wheezed the whole way. We never really asked why he came with us, or who he was. I think his name is Jermaine. People are sweet.
She says quietly. Chat, you're sweet.
You can see it must have been
and
a great
cute.
night. The memory causes her to go silent for a moment or
I have
two.
the cutest community on Twitch.
You wish you'd been there.
Tell me about the others.
Who do you want to know about?
Sure, we'll go through them all.
He's a Forburger, I
Noid.
guess, like the
What
rest of
Noid?
us. Okay, maybe not Egg, I don't know about him, but Noid and the rest are from Forburg, making the pilgrimage up north to visit the Elysium. He's real hardcore about the lifestyle.
What does he do?
What do you mean do? Like for a living?
Yes.
He's a carpenter, trained and all. He's very good, he just doesn't have the mindset to work like that, in a shop somewhere.
What kind of mindset is that?
He abides by the hardcore, sir. You would have to ask him yourself.
And you?
Sir, I abide by the law.
She gives you a switchblade smile.
A strange feeling. Every now and then, something feels off about the way she speaks. She doesn't change tone, but you feel as though there's more about her than she lets on.
What is this pilgrimage you're talking about?
It's just something poor Forburg kids do every spring. To pass the time, we walk the entire length of Boogie Street, up to Jamrock, or as much as possible.
Why wouldn't it be?
I don't know, man. Have you been down Boogie Street? It's a little bewildering.
Let's say I haven't been down Boogie Street.
Okay. Then you should go and take a look, I guess. Boogie Street is cool. It's got a lot of immigrants and all kinds of different people.
I might just do that if I make it there alive.
Yeah. I hope you do. Who do you want to know about?
Tell me about Andre.
Andre? He's a cool guy. Doesn't really come off as one, but he is. To me, at least.
She rubs her sides, but not from cold. Her shoulders are relaxed. She must have taken a hit, or she's on an upswing.
He takes care of shit. Sorry. I mean, he's got a vision. For what life should be, you know? He tries to push things until everything falls into place. He's an organiser.
What has he organised?
Nothing. But then again, there's nothing to organise around here either. He really wants this church thing to work. Must have taken it as a sign when he found it abandoned like that. Said it was an augury. I don't know where he got that from. Andre's not super intelligent.
She smiles.
I've never seen him so psyched about anything though. And he's often psyched. Looks sort of desperate, like it's his last chance or something. Or maybe he was just high. I mean, not that he does drugs, just high, you know.
Relax, girl, we're police officers, but we're corrupt, rotten to the marrow. You can tell us about drugs and shit, I don't give a fuck. On life?
Yes. Anyway.
Is Andre your boyfriend?
Yes.
Okay, she nods.
Who do you want to know about?
What about Tiago?
Oh, the crab man.
She shudders.
Still gives me the creeps the way he moves. But he doesn't actually come down that much, just climbs around the rafters. I just tried to stay away from the crab man. But he talks to Noid. They seem to have some thing going on.
He talks to Noid? What for?
Beats me. Noid said they get along somehow. They're both crazy enough, I guess.
What does he do up there?
Who knows? He doesn't really answer our questions, see? Not that it's easy to ask them. What are we supposed to do, yell up at the tower? Who do you want to know about?
Tell me about Suna.
Ah, she's a bit odd, I have to say. Doesn't talk much. I'm not really sure how to vibe with her, you know? Seems like she's not in a very good mood most of the time. But earlier today she told me about Welkins? And she seemed oddly happy, like she had some idea with those little creatures. Some artistic idea. I didn't really listen, I was busy with my mic.
I was telling you about a video game. Or a radio game. Actually, do tell me about yourself.
Sure.
Ah, shoot. Oh, actually, there might be a check related to this.
Welcome back. Sure.
Tell me about yourself.
Me? Again?
Yes, I forgot. Tell me about yourself.
I told you, I'm a silver bird.
There's that phrase again. Really reminds you of something.
What does that mean?
It means I don't answer questions about myself.
There's more to you than you let on. What am I seeing?
All right.
Not seeing. She picks up the tape recorder and looks you in the eye.
There is.
Fair enough.
Thank you. Sure.
Is that reaction speed? Do I have any clothes that help with the reaction speed? That hinders. I do not have any clothes that help with reaction speed. I think I just quick save, but we'll quick save again.
Welcome back.
O Passaro
Wow,
di
yes.
Hint. It flutters by your ear.
Tried to catch the silver bird.
It's what the Zemoyaki, the Gradian community in Revachol, call a person who never breaks under interrogation. It's an organized crime term.
I will say it in the Gradian.
Excuse me?
She casually brushes her hand through her hair.
She's attempting to remain calm, but the phrase made her flinch.
I remember now. It's a Zemliaki term for someone who won't break under questioning. An organised crime term.
What do you mean?
The silver bird.
All right. My father was a Zemyaki. He died years ago. He was a bad man. Not a lot of good things to say about him and what he did. He bought the family a huge house, so we got to live, at least temporarily, in a giant castle in Jamrock. And then he died.
What happened next?
What do you think? The competition came and took everything away. It was like in a war zone.
She's gritting her teeth.
So after his death, we had nothing left. And we were in danger. My mother had to change her name, mine too. We left it all behind.
Are you sure about that? What about this drug lab plan?
It was a stupid idea. And I'm still disappointed I came up with it.
Aren't there any local authorities who might look down on such activities?
I took that into account, of course. Coordinated the operation with the débardeurs. Else they might get unhappy.
So what you're saying is Evram authorised this?
Not in person, but I let them know. You can't do anything without the fat ones getting wind. It wasn't too difficult to convince them, really. It's a good thing you ended that mess, though. I felt I was turning Dadwise into a corrupt business person. Unpleasant.
Hear that? Set justice on its feet. Confront Everard. Come on, this is all fine. But you don't have anything on Everard now. That's not how these things work.
I'll add it to the list.
No, I don't think it would lead anywhere with Everard. He's just going to deny it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Have you seen Everard?
That's it for now. I don't care if he denies it. It's experience. Haha, I win.
You got us in, cop. I can't believe you got us in.
He looks around the hall, examining the carpentry.
With wonder in his sharp eyes.
Between you and me, I don't know if you've noticed this about me. I'm a little suspicious of authority. But you really came through for the hardcore underground.
Yes, you really came through for the hardcore underground.
He spreads his arms, looking around at the speed freak setting up shop.
Andre is busy cutting some slightly less lame, but still quite ungainly shapes on the church floor, sweating profusely. Estelle using her contact mic to listen to a tree underwater. The one with the large head is blasting the dance track on repeat, while the stained glass window behind him is rattling from the bass.
Better here than in that tent. It wasn't safe.
Okay.
The lieutenant keeps it laconic.
What he means is, you're right, actually. The tent was a safety hazard, and this place was deserted anyway.
You know what? I'm going to take my wellness break now. This conversation is going to drag. I'm just going to hydrate, stretch, all of that good stuff. Please join me in doing so. Obviously, you get the chat link, and I will be back in but a moment. Hey, I returned. Also noticed something, so... Oh, I'm blurry. I've noticed I'm blurry. Let's fix that before doing anything else. Also noticed the chatling. No one else is going to give it that last 10 experience to level up. I sure as heck am. You deserve that, chatling. You're such a good bean. Back to the game. Noid, what do you think about the church?
It's a miracle of carpentry. Their bodies carved into total shapes. Now it can be something more.
He rubs his hands together. You say that as a carpenter yourself?
I don't say much anything as a carpenter anymore. They tried to make me into a reckoner and a leveller. Made me a bit manic, you know. I regret the time I dedicated to that profession and that worker collective. I say things more as a member of the hardcore side dance community these days.
Understood.
The material knowledge is mega though. Guild shit. Teaches independence.
He looks around the hollow hall of the church. How old do you think this church is? Over 300 years?
That's right. The first settlers built it, plus 6 more like it, on the coast here. Was one of the first things they did. Must have been really scared of something, but I understand.
Oh, I think for now I'm okay, so I'm gonna get rid of the chatting. There's my face again.
Alone on an uninhabited archipelago, forced to face themselves and nature. Pre-industrial quantities of solitude. The sea, perhaps something more fundamental.
He means something paranatural. He must...
I would want to build a safe place for myself and my own as well.
His voice echoes in the wooden cavern of the church. What style is this church built in?
A cop who's into building critique.
Taps the floorboard.
Okay then. This is folk DeLoreanism. Lawmonger, huh? It's a subset of early DeLorean architecture.
Okay, and what is DeLorean architecture like?
Total. Everything between an ancient concrete cathedral and a glass cube is DeLoreanism. This is just an homespun version of it. Folksy stuff. Early mass production. They made thousands like this. Does that help you out?
What would a DeLorean building look like?
Like that woman there. Vertical, thin, white. A false image of grandeur. The source of the system is up there. You're at the bottom. They really dug that power vertical.
He nods toward the stained glass window.
Like to show off large and intricate structures. Arches, spires. Put you down with them. They were really into painting everything white too. Virginal shit, you know. Marriage shit. Virtue and tyranny.
This church isn't painted white as far as I can tell.
Stands to reason it used to be white on the outside. Before the sea wind took all the paint off.
He peeks out of a small window in the dark.
Year after year, flake after flake, whitewashed clean, then covered in green moss.
What did you mean by dead bodies?
Dead bodies are perennial plants.
He taps on the wood.
Sigma functions have left this place. It's a good thing we came along. The spiritual collapse has been total.
Spiritual collapse?
I saw some piglets suckling their dead mother. Have you heard this one, cop man?
He continues that
After
waiting
a
for an
short
answer.
while, they shuddered and went away.
Sorry, I was checking my experience.
They had sensed that she could no longer see them and that she wasn't like them anymore. What they loved in their mother weren't her body, but whatever it was that made her body live.
Ah, well, I'm sure Descartes would have something to say about the mind in that instance.
End of quote. This is an high-quality carcass.
He kicks the floorboard.
The power of anodic beats and hard bass is needed to reanimate it.
What you're saying is you're not a big fan of the innocentric system.
A 3,000-year-old tyrannical regime of history, built and maintained by hundreds of generations of self-appointed intellectuals.
He looks around.
It's false core.
The way he says it, the force in false core, is invested with 20 kilotons of disgust.
And you propose dance music will supplant the system?
Anodic dance music.
He nods.
Regular dance music wasn't hard enough. And yes, I do.
You know what this kind of stuff goes well with?
I don't need to be a narc.
Your pleasure response was more like, just wondering if he has any.
I'm just going to skip these two. Here's a carpenter. How do you like the glass work?
I don't. Fucker giving me the evil eye.
You wanted to get inside the church and I don't like the stained glass window.
I didn't know it was in here.
He cracks his neck.
We have to get rid of it. Dismantle it. Can't dance with a giant mass murderer looking at ya. Not a good look for the club.
That's an opinion.
Mellow, man, mellow. No one's a mass murderer. This is a house of love.
Yells his friend.
Mass murder on the floor.
Yeah, but she's pretty. Honestly, did it work for me? But she's the innocence of humanism. Humanism seems to be a pretty big deal around here.
Humanism leads to eating sugar and pigs. Humanism was invented to mass-produce billions of humans. Billions of humans can mass-produce hundreds of billions of pigs.
And many, many more tons of sugar.
She liked games. Her legacy, the thing we live in, isn't real life. It's a strategy for some kind of victory against a long-dead opponent. But, yo, I'm only annoyed. What do I know?
Would you say she was, human?
I like this question, Cop Man. She did not live the life of a human. She lived like someone who's playing a game. The life of an operator. That's not the life that humans live. She was adored. Humans aren't. I don't know about you, but they hate me. And they do not think I'm innocent or some shit like that.
Yeah, they hate this too. Point to self.
Well, they loved her. They put all their love in her and forgot all about the rest of us.
The young man lets go of the suspenders and they hit his chest with a slap. Yeah, I'm not talking about her.
What a strange choice of words. Caustic. Overflowing with negativity. That can't be healthy. What's happening here? Why do you keep coming back to this window?
I don't know.
Well, you shouldn't. You shouldn't come back to this anymore.
How are you
Stop talking about it, please.
How are you settling in?
Hard to say, Cop Man. Signs in here are distinctly wild. Gonna take a while before everything's properly synced. I did get to talk to the crab man though.
You mean Tiago?
Anyway, he's been giving me kind of a psychic rundown of this place. Dude's seen some crazy shit, but he's actually a lot like us.
You mean all his mother's love stuff isn't too spooky for you?
Have you been listening to what Egg's been saying? Love is hardcore, man. And the mother's love is the hardest core of all.
But he capitalises it.
The man picks up on stuff. And he knows a lot about the church. I got a lot to learn from him. Good thing you didn't squash him.
What did Tiago tell you about the church?
The crabman's been lurking here for a while. He's experienced things. Things that give off bad signs. As far as we can tell, the Ubies built this place about 320 years ago as a sarcophagus.
What's it for?
Encasement, confinement, of something they were afraid of. Something new and unheard of on the Isla. I think that's what the crabman is experiencing when he climbs around upstairs.
He looks up into the darkness beyond the beams.
Like, this is some old world shit the Ubies had heard about. I thought the best way to deal with it was to build a church surrounding it to contain it.
I don't get it. Contain what exactly?
I don't know. And it's not something they properly understood either. What it does. But it's what this sonar person is looking for and trying to measure.
He nods towards the woman.
It'll be fruitless though. She won't be able to measure it. People like that always want to measure everything. All those things they really can't.
What makes you think Suna's going to fail?
Seems to be the trend around here, doesn't it? You can't measure shit like this. It's not like substance.
Well, if it's without substance, I guess there's nothing to worry about.
Maybe you can figure things out, Cop Man. I think we got on a good level here. The signs are syncing up well.
Why are you so suspicious about everything?
Suspicious people are esoteric people. We don't go around spilling everything to Johnny Law. They don't call me Noid for nothing.
Para?
It took us setting out for this whole enterprise to get our signs synced.
Why are you called Noid anyway?
It's short for paranoid.
May I ask why? What good is being suspicious?
A reasonable question. Say I get hurt. I want to make sure it never happens again. So I analyse the situation. Exercise caution. Caution is suspicion.
What are you suspicious of?
It'd be easier to list stuff I'm not suspicious of. I'm not suspicious of sound and colour. Mechanics and chemistry also have a trueness about them. Most anything else deceives. Wants to steal your life away.
Oh. Maybe I'm living my life wrong then, chat. Maybe I'm trying to steal your life away.
This is a good, dangerous line of questioning. You should prod him on.
And what are the most suspicious things?
I don't have a top 10 list of things I'm most suspicious of, but if I had one, the left-right complex would be number 1. Number 2 would be their sole accomplishment, the pig-wheat paradigm.
I'm going to assume politics and controlling people through food. What's suspicious about the production of pork and wheat?
It's our only shit. We should make better use of not being animals or cereal grain ourselves.
What's bad about cereal grain? Having enough food could be a precursor for greater things.
Yes, having food is means to an end, but the left never talks about the end, only the means. Caps are likewise suckers, constantly sleepless in worry.
Well, that was certainly stimulating. I want to ask you about something else.
His eyes flicker.
What's with the clothes?
They're hardcore.
That's it?
They're just clothes.
Will there be more to it?
Nah, it's just a vest of suspenders made to resemble a human rib cage, plus some lady clothes to piss off the sex system. Now tell me about that hardcore necktie. It's fucking primal.
Look at your tie suspicious. Also, lady clothes to piss off the sex system is a good line. Look at your tie suspiciously. What's so hardcore about it?
It looks like you're trying to hang yourself with it. So large too. So many different patterns. It's crazy, man. I like it.
No. It is not crazy. It's disco.
You suddenly realize the patience and respect this speed freak has shown you is partly because of your style. He's probably not like that with everyone.
Respect to the man!
Take care, Noid. Right, Suna, how's your project going? I think it's here, right?
Yes, what is it?
How's the project going? I see that your neighbours have moved in, but all I hear is Nordic dance music.
What? What did you say?
She leans closer, eyes knitted together in a puzzled expression. You can barely hear her over the thumping bass of Nordic dance music. I said, how's the project going?
I can't hear you! The music is too loud!
She shouts, pointing at the enormous speaker that's churning out the sound. The project, how is it going?
Oh, the project! It's not going well!
Her face lights up for a second before she gives you an exaggerated headshake. Why?
There's that guy! I need him to plug a 3.5 cable into the auxiliary input so that I can route the audio signal through the mixer into the speakers.
She points at Egghead, who's raving behind his turntables on a brightly lit stage. Why don't you just ask him?
He doesn't listen to me! He only ever seems to care about hardcore and Yekukata! A place to be, apparently!
I'll speak to him, see what I can do.
Thanks! Maybe you can get through his magic rhymes!
She does jazz hands to mock him.
Let me know how it goes!
Denarian Church! The place to be! Make some noise, my church people!
Large speakers are set up behind the young man, blasting a familiar song.
He stands on stage behind a table, nodding along to the music and waving his hand in the air. In front of him, the audio mixer, one reel spinning.
I can see 2 reels spinning, thank you very much.
The other reel deck is empty. Cables run hither and thither. On one side you see an auxiliary line in with the number 4.5 written next to it.
Gonna try this again. You know what?
Good morning! Yeah!
You know it in your lungs where the pressure should vibrate, in your heart that's alone, and in your solar plexus where the hits should land. So does every chordate animal.
We're making the music hardcore. It needs more bass.
What?
The young man makes a sudden move like he's about to turn the volume down, but that would be ridiculous. And a melody. A good melody is what makes the song really stick so that you can't get it out of your head anymore. Point at your head.
Wow, okay. We should start with the melody. But where would we get that stuff from?
I don't know, I was thinking you would know.
I'm sorry, I don't know anything about Nordic music. I'm just the party boy. I get the people going and say it's hardcore.
He feels ashamed he can't be of more service to the future of dance music.
Alright, let's see if I come up with something on my own. A citizen investigation.
The young man falls silent with appreciation. He even tries to contain his smile, as if it could hinder your investigation.
Basically, what you need to find here is a tape with some banging music on it. so that Egghead could use it to remix Fan 8's jam.
Yeah, maybe that street hawker across the pawn shop has got some tapes to sell. That's just an idea.
Anyway, that's all yours to figure out, Copman.
Copman!
What about the saddest song in the known world?
Good morning!
I have a tape with me. Maybe you can use it
Hardcore!
to improve Van Eyck's jam.
Tape! Yeah! Spins the tape
Oh,
until
God.
the space escape!
No,
Yeah!
no, he's not getting the Mega Mix. No, we're not giving him that. Can you please route Suna's signal through your speakers?
To the Mega! Yeah! I can route it through auxiliary! What kind of a cable does she use? 3.5 or 4.5?
He gets serious. It's 3.5, no doubt about it. It's on the ground.
Oh, she uses 3.5. Yeah. The auxiliary lining is 4.5 millimeter. These two don't mix.
Oh no, we're going to be in this church forever.
The lieutenant closes his eyes.
Don't worry, I have an adapter for it right here.
He searches for the cable on the ground and picks it up, looking at the jack.
Hang on, this is a 4.5. We're all good, people!
With a grin, he sticks the plug into the auxiliary line in. You hear a satisfying click.
Whoa, thank God. Adapters noticeably degrade the sound quality.
Great! Someone got through to him. Okay, let's get it all set up. Can we turn the music off, please?
Egg, the music.
Everybody! Everybody! Don't panic! I'm going to turn off the on-off for just a sec. For a special scheduled event.
The young man shouts as he clicks a switch on the mixer.
The honor will be back, but we're doing something else for one moment. All right, go tell her that Egghead is ready to rave to her tunes, and then I'll turn off the music.
Yeah, but first, we need to make the music harder core. And hope that I can buy a tape with 12 real, or real, or however it's being pronounced. To Roy! Which is a thing. I just yelled. Am I blurry? I'm blurry. Fantastic. Van Eyck's jam. That's Evra. That's Evra. That's that. That's going to solve when I assume talk to this. Or when I go back there. Making good progress on the task list, chat. We're wrapping things up. Actually, while I'm here, I may as well talk to Evra before fast travelling back. Chat, are there any games coming out this year you'd like to see on the channel? I realise I'm in charge of the games list, but never actually ask what you might like to see.
Hello, hello. Let me know if I can help you with anything.
Where are the tapes? No, those were the models.
All the old boombox.
Okay, not there.
A typical Martinez streetlight sits among us.
Oh, that's expensive. Was it here?
You see rows of toy soldiers guarding the rest of the trinkets displayed on the table. Some on horseback.
Did I mention that this figurine is supposed to be lucky? Always carry it with you.
He grins.
That was a very smooth salesman's grin that almost comes off as earnest. You should learn from him.
Didn't I already have one of those, actually, thinking about it? Pretty sure I already had that. Whoops, that's on me.
Hello, hello. Let me know if I can help you with anything.
Okay, I'm just gonna... As they told me to come here and he doesn't have any tapes, I'm just going to speed things along a little bit. Oh, okay. Interesting. I hear the rain. I do not. There it is. Tape.
The hawthorn tree on Rue de Saint-Gilles Lane. Bronze-colored ribbons of magnetic tape are caught in its branches, fluttering in the breeze.
The multi-tool is truly multi. Also, karaoke superstar.
With slow and
yeah.
deliberate motions, pulling, bending, and unraveling, you manage to extricate the magnetic tape from the branches. It curls up into a mess inside your pocket. If only you could find a way to re-spool it, so that you could hear what's on the tape. Maybe Roy from the pawn shop can help you with this.
What's the tape for?
The lieutenant looks at the mess in your hands. Only after you've successfully cleaned up the branches does the curiosity get to him. It's Raghead. I promised to make his Van Eyck's jam hit a bit harder. Maybe this tape can help.
How? It's broken and unspooled. Do you think your new buddy knows how to fix it?
I'm not sure, but I'll find out. Maybe Egghead can point me in the right direction.
You could also get it fixed at the pawn shop across the street. We shouldn't waste our time.
He looks at his wristwatch a little impatient.
Good idea. He might have the tools. The tape projector in the pawn shop uses similar tape.
Good Hawthorne, pat the tree.
Patting the tree reveals a small sticker which has almost been worn to oblivion. It reads, RCM Emergencies Desk, number 8102. Underneath a slogan, Mankind, be vigilant. The gnarled hawthorn tree on Rue de Saint-Gilles Lane endures the wintry gusts with ease.
Take a moment to pat a tree every now and then, chat. They do good work keeping us alive. And just looking freaking majestic. Provide shelter, oxygen, natural beauty. Many other things.
Hello, hello.
Hey, do you know
Let me know if I can help you with anything.
Hey, do you know how to fix this?
You mean re-spoolie? Yeah, I do, but...
He looks at the bronze-coloured bundle in your hand. Great, could you do it please? This is important. I need to be able to play this tape for someone.
But I'm not some Mr. Fix-It. I'm a pawnbroker. If you want to pawn the tape, sure. Although it looks pretty... worthless.
He slowly finishes his thought.
Just explain why you need this so much. He's bound to understand.
Worthless? That's not worthless, Roy. This could be the next big thing for the local dance music scene.
Huh? What do you mean?
He slowly taps his fingers on the counter. Do you know that old church down the coast?
Yes. What about it?
I helped some young ravers turn this place into a nightclub, and they play these weird neo-disco beats there.
Is it any good? The music, I mean.
No, that's the thing. You can't believe how unbelievably thin the beat is. There's nothing to it, no bass. It just goes bzoot, bzoot, bzoot. But this tape could make it hardcore.
Man, you're really invested in this.
He looks at the bundle of tape in front of him. It shimmers under the shop's dazzling light show.
Okay, I'll help you out. It's going to take a moment, though, so just sit back and relax.
You take some time to look around the store. The play of visuals all around the pawn shop is mesmerizing. Suddenly, Roy turns back to you with a reel of tape in his hand and coughs.
Oh, thanks for the help.
Yeah, my pleasure. I'll do what I can for true passion projects. Just try not to use this tape for negative photon emissions. Take responsibility. Okay.
I have other business to take care of now. That other business being, I'm going to go talk to Everard. He's going to deny the drug thing, but I'm hopefully going to get experience from it. And I'm going to tell him I got the signatures and mailed it off for him. An email, but not the one I'm hoping for. Because once I'm done here, I can just fast travel. Now that it's working again, I guess. I'm just wondering if maybe the fast travel wasn't working. No, because I'd already discovered the fishing shack, so I don't know what that was all about. It's working now, that's what matters. Saves a bit of time here and there. I can use the pry bar on the cargo container. Still at 92 experience, I assume? 97, sorry. Just need to do one thing, or click on 3 orbs. One of the two. Time to speak with Mr. Totally Not the Mob Boss.
Mr. Dubois, a pleasure as always. You don't have to sit down this time, since you've already sat on that chair.
Met a girl named Estelle who said she's working with you.
Fanny. That doesn't ring any bells, Harry.
Funny. She was trying to set up a narcotics operation in the old church on the coast.
The lieutenant says, looking up from his notebook.
Oh, that Estelle. Yes, I do seem to remember sending a pretty young thing down there to liven up the place. Get some hypnotic music in there.
Did you also tell her to start the amphetamine lab?
Amphetamine lab?
He seems taken aback.
That sounds very immoral and debauched. Frankly, a health risk. But what do I know about kids these days? The music they listen to, the drugs they do while they listen to that music.
He shakes his head with a melancholy smile.
It sounds to me like you are trying to start an amphetamine lab in the district. And you're using some delinquents you found, God knows where, to set it up and run it for you.
The lieutenant says with an uncharacteristic note of contempt in his voice.
Found God knows where? That Estelle is the daughter of Miko the Kebab, a man who once killed a guy with a kebab.
Checks out with a name like that, I suppose. The big man exhales loudly.
I think a daughter of a man who killed a man with a kebab can handle running a little nightclub, don't you?
Miko the Kebab? Really?
Maybe it was Bogovir. Or Jakub.
I think it might have been Conrad.
Anyway, I shut down the amphetamine production, but let them go on with the nightclub plan.
A nightclub?
He taps
Harry,
on his
I'm
chin.
an old-fashioned guy. After work, I like to listen to some rock and roll music and have a non-alcoholic lager. Nightclubs don't interest me. But here I am, talking about myself, when you have much more important things going on. Tell me, Harry, how can I help you?
What's in the container that's outside your office?
My dear Harry, there are literally millions of containers in this harbour. I couldn't possibly remember what's in all of them.
There's something special about it. It was attached to the Kvalsund crane.
Harry, you smooth-talking son of a bitch. Time is a precious resource, and I don't have enough of it to count containers with you.
He says with the fondest of smiles.
Smooth talking. Maybe that's the way to go about opening the container. You should at least try convincing it.
It's done. I mailed the signatures you asked me to mail.
The Golden Boy returns once more. Wonderful. Simply wonderful, Harry. Of course. I already knew this.
He claps his hands together like a child who's just been offered cotton candy.
My friend, the mailman, confirms the letter is on its way. You've done a great thing today. You've given the children of Martinez a future and proven to be a true man of the left. I can finally trust you now.
He doesn't know.
You're in my inner circle. You too, Mr. Kitsuragi. We can talk about anything. The strike, the murder, your lost gun, nothing is off the table.
He nods to the lieutenant, smiling broadly.
Judging from how happy he is, it looks like you did it. He doesn't appear to suspect trickery.
Did you order the hanged man killed?
Order it? You know my men didn't kill him. They told you. It was a happy accident. You know how it is. No one takes the initiative. If I wanted him dead, I would have had to do it myself. And I'm too fat for that.
We're not asking the first question. What did you gain from him being dead?
Why, a war, of course.
And what do you have to gain from a war?
Victory, Mr. Kitsuragi. I have victory to gain. We are going to start a war with the Wild Pines group and win before they even realize there is a war.
They're trained military people. Aren't you afraid for your men?
Harry, we outnumber them 1,500 to 1. And that's just Martinez. With all the unions in Revachol, and with public opinion on our side, we can hold off 2 men, or 15 men, or even 50 men. The more they send, the worse it's going to look for them. They made a huge mistake hiring those guys. No one likes foreign mercenaries. The leftists hate them, the fascists hate them, even the moralists think they're in bad taste.
And that is the worst thing you could possibly be. How is this connected to the strike?
Harry, there is no strike, only war. Class war. Or, in business terms, a dawn raid. Or wait.
He pauses to rub his chin.
Is that when you still pay them something? Because we won't do that. We're not going to give nothing. We're going to take Terminal B away from them. The roads, the gates, the containers, that big crane, even the damn coffee maker. We're going to take all of it for the people, and fuck Wild Pines.
The word fuck rings like a gunshot from his mouth. He doesn't swear often.
So that's why you haven't let Joyce in?
Yes. It's also why I let that midget Gaumont go. He's too nice. I can't put him through this. Plus, he knows how to get in here. That woman can't tell her tits from her arsehole. She has no chance.
What?
Tits from her arsehole. It's a local saying.
Actually, no, it's not.
Why are you telling me your plans?
Because we're friends, Harry. Besides, it doesn't matter now. You can go tell her if you want. It won't change the course of events. We have a significant head start.
I'm probably going to.
It's already happening.
Who killed the hanged man?
No idea. Could have been his own mother for all I know. If you ever find the guy, give him a big fat kiss from Everard Clare. Couldn't have done it without him.
A guy, huh?
How do you know it's a guy?
I don't. I told you it could have been his own mother. I'm pretty sure it wasn't anyone from the Union. Maybe it was the mob. Or maybe he killed himself because he was a closet socialist. Truth is, I simply don't know.
Again, I'm not going to push him on this because he's just going to stonewall it. How many of you guys are there in the Union?
2,372. Plus yours truly, of course.
He replies like a whip.
2,373 is a sizable contingent for a labor organization in Revachol. And they're all well motivated. At least the ones you've seen.
How are you going to fund your new independent harbour?
Oh, you mean what sort of goods are going to be flowing through? How am I going to replace all the contacts we'll lose once the poo-poo hits the fan? The clients will ditch us. Harry, we've thought of everything.
Everything?
We've been running back channel negotiations with all the major clients. I think the company will be unpleasantly surprised to see how many of them stay loyal to Martinez and to the new competitive contracts we can offer. With renewed zeal sparked by communal ownership, the men will be shipping those containers double time. You'll be surprised to see how fast things go without parasites latching on. We'll have our hands free to pursue bold, exotic new revenue streams.
That's drugs.
It is drugs.
Drug trafficking.
Drug trafficking? Don't be stupid, Mr. Kitsuragi. There are perfectly legal, 100% ethical chemical factories on the Samaran Isola. You don't need to be colonialist about it. All they do is produce components to keep the pharmaceutical industry running. That's people's health we're talking about. Old grannies, little babes, people with disabilities.
God, that sounds shady. That's just the tip of the iceberg, though, isn't it?
The company thinks transporting these chemicals in bulk looks bad, has bad optics, may be illegal in some countries. The Debarders Union, however, we're all about the large volume column. We're going to transport the living daylights out of those materials, Harry. So your sick kid can get his benefit and your wacky uncle doesn't have to come off risperazole.
He slams his fist on the desk once more.
And the kids on the street can get speed and pyrrolidon.
I'm an old-fashioned guy, Mr. Kitsuragi. I sometimes grab a beer with the boys, but I have no idea about the things you just mentioned.
He smiles.
But if I were to supply ingredients for some sort of rainbow party, I would make sure the Union took a fantastic share. And I'd keep that stuff far away from Martinez.
Is Ruby helping you secure this fantastic share?
Harry, if I was supplying raw materials to drug manufacturers, I would need an army of rubies.
Understood.
I mean, 4 is my gut reaction, but I don't know if Kim will respect it, and we need Kim. I crave Lieutenant Kim Kitsuragi's approval. I have to admit, it's a well put together plan, far removed from you.
It's also far removed from my men and the people of Martinez who've put their trust in me. Anyway, let's not focus on the sensationalism of the drug trade. This hypothetical drug trade is all anyone ever seems to be interested in. It would only be a small part of the harbour's turnover, just like the harbour is, but a small part of Martinez.
Go on.
Let's look at the big picture. Martinez as a whole. There are little girls out there with dreams of making music. Young mothers who want to start businesses. Models who want to walk catwalks and steel welders who want to weld steel. I'm going to unite them all into one economic body. We're going to incorporate this place to Kingdom Come. Everyone's going to be in on the wealth. And everyone's going to pull their weight.
It's very ambitious. I love what you're doing for the working man.
Thank you, Harry. Thank you. You have no idea how much it means to me, because in many ways, you are that working man. You have already done so much work.
Can I ask you about specific union members?
We're way past specific union members now. This is the big time.
His eyes are shining.
We're talking about the future of Revachol here, Harry. You can bother Leonard with that. He loves to run his mouth on such matters. But I'm in big-time mode, Harry.
He points to the door.
There's something different about him now. He's more vibrant, more alive in his big-time mode.
Can I get my gun now?
Harry, I've got to be honest with you. Your
solemn.
gun was found 2 days ago. Withholding this information weighed heavily on me. But it had to be done.
Fine, where is it?
An old woman has it, and let me tell you, Harry, word on the street is she's a character. So watch out.
This must be the woman who bought the gun from Roy. The one he described as terrifying.
So the gun's still with the woman who bought it from Roy?
Yes, the same one. I see you've done your research. The pawn shop made the gun easy to track. Crazy stuff, Harry. Selling your gun like that? Wild. Anyway.
He smiles and shakes his head in wonderment.
Union Boy's gonna help you fix it. He winks at you. Don't worry, Harry.
The neighbours of this old woman contacted my men because they trust me and the Debarders Union.
Apparently, she was waving it around at the entrance to her building.
Waving the gun around doesn't sound good. None of this does.
Who is this old woman?
Unfortunately, I don't know anymore. You're gonna have to go in blind, Harry. But she's an old lady. How dangerous can she possibly be?
She has a gun.
Oh, and she calls herself the Pigs.
I'll refer you back to my one toddler shooting a person every month for like 2 years.
There it is again. The pigs. Like Roy said, not good at all.
I, for one, find it refreshing. Finally, someone calls themselves a pig.
Smile flickers in the corner of his mouth.
It actually sounds extremely bad, but let's not give him the satisfaction.
She was waving it around at people?
As I said, she's a character. I didn't have time for details.
He smiles.
It sounds like she's unstable, but don't worry. No one got hurt.
Unstable is good, actually. She will be easier to disarm. No, wait. Actually, unstable is pretty bad.
Can you set up a meeting?
I already have. Tonight, starting 10 o'clock, near the old fish market on the coast. The one on the boardwalk, a little past the fishing village. Be careful, Harry. I would never set you up for anything dangerous, but you did ask for this. Now, back to the fun stuff.
She will be there from 2200 hours till 0200 hours.
Well, I'll just go
More
see
fun stuff. Seems like we already have fun stuff to do.
That's it for now.
Great, Harry, great. I think we have truly built a bridge between Martinez and Jamrock today. We have united the RCM and the Debarders Union.
Suddenly, there's a sadness in his tone.
This has been so great. I'm sorry we don't have more fun things to do together, but if you ever feel like bouncing something off me, my door is always open.
I'm going to leave.
See you soon, Debarder. Just kidding, but not too much.
The big man raises his hand in farewell. Kidding. Haha. Unless. I'm going to go see if Leonard knows anything about Ruby. I'm going to go and try and talk my way into a cargo container, and then I guess we're just going to go back to the church. All of Monday's tasks have been done. Heck yes. And solving that one will solve these two, I believe. Or effectively. So what I'll probably do is, as I try and get into this container. Hey, do you know anything about Ruby that might help?
Container.
The accent is so thick, it's impossible not to notice he's Ubi, from the Vanishing Peninsula of...
Container.
Hi.
Everard. He looks after everyone. Huh? Well, hey there. How can I help you, mister?
He smiles.
The look in his deep blue eyes is as sincere as you've ever seen. Kind of makes you feel like an arsehole for no apparent reason.
Oh, that's just social anxiety, empathy.
I see you are not a union man, mister. Did you get lost? You're not one of them scabs, are you?
A shadow passes over his kind face. What is it with you people in scabs?
I mean, I don't personally mind. Folks is just folks, you know, and folks gotta eat.
He doesn't seem to be waiting for you to answer.
Just some of the other guys don't look too kindly on the scabbing kind, if you know what I mean, mister.
What's in that container over there?
Oh, that one. That should be empty as far as I know. Lots of containers here have nothing in them. They're just waiting to be loaded up.
Told you.
Leo, you seem to know everyone around here. I want to ask about someone.
Mr. Everett doesn't really want me to talk to people about union guys. But who did you want to talk about?
Talk about something else?
Sure, mister.
Okay, I'm
Bye-bye
leaving.
now.
That was spectacularly useless. As the only person I cared about, he won't talk about. Fantastic. Wonderful. Right, let's see if I can talk my way into this.
You're back before the cargo container. Its drawer has not lessened since you were last here. If anything, it seems to have grown slightly.
Erratic yet thorough.
And as it's all...
Gonna dang well talk my way into this cargo container. So heck me God. Gosh, I don't know.
You're back before the cargo container, and as it's...
No, it's not impossible to open with words. I believe we can do this. Do I need to assert dominance over the cargo container? I'll give it one more try, and then we'll try the T-pose. If that doesn't work, I'm going to have to whip out the ultimate power move of finger pistols.
You're back.
Oh, whoops.
You're back before the cargo container. Despite the dirt that surrounds and trails you, a beacon of light emerges from deep within you.
Hello? Is there anybody... The number I needed exactly. Is there anybody in there?
The door stands silent.
Satisfied, detective?
A wry smile crosses the lieutenant's face.
Try again.
If there's someone in there, I'd like to talk to you.
Just like that, you hear a click, then a rattle. Some mechanism unlocks itself inside the door.
Ahoy! Come on in!
Mega rich light bending guy.
You can't be serious.
The smile disappears. Okay, well, we're going in. I need to kill time, so. It is not yet 3 o'clock in game. So I've got some time to waste. Can of course read books. If it does get to the point where I'm reading books, I'll either do that on stream and mute the audio, or I'll do it off stream and just save when it gets to the right time. If I get the chance to do it off stream anyway. Oh.
Yes?
My money just went real freaking high. Hey, Angel. It increases every step I take. Interesting. Just gonna leave. Gonna leave and not look back. Do I keep the money? Do you need help with food things today? I'd like to stream for 4 hours, which means I'll be finishing around half 6. So if you want to turn the oven on for then, yes. If not, it's totally fine. Ah, the money went. Dang it. I was hoping to buy the street lamp. Anyway, back to the church. Can't fast travel again. Interesting. Why can't I fast travel? Nope. I'll check when I'm out of here into Martinez proper if I can fast travel. Otherwise, I guess we're just running back. Unfortunately, of course, time doesn't pass while you're moving. It only passes in conversations. So the run back, whilst it would be a good waste of time, doesn't waste time. my chair is creaking. I'm sorry if the microphone is picking up the creaky chair. Yep, I can't fast travel. That's annoying. I wonder what the cutoff is, or if it's just a bug. Alright, we're going to run all the way back then. I mean, it's not particularly far, it's just mildly annoying. Yep. Not available. Weird. To the church! Sorry, I'm just trying to remember the way to the church. I think this works. Yeah, I should have gone right instead of left. Whoops, that's on me. You know what? We'll do a manual save as well. Just in case the quick save corrupts for whatever reason.
Good morning! Yeah! Harder car!
I found this reel of tape. Maybe you can use it to hard up Ike's jam. Give him the fixed Hawthorne tree tape.
Yeah! Remix time!
His voice booms.
Tape goes here, into deck B.
His voice booms through the church as he takes the tape and attaches it to the empty reel slot. He clicks a switch. The tape starts spinning.
A hand on his ear. He listens to the audio through his headphones and shouts.
Wow! Did you get this from Arno himself?
His face lights up with delight.
A great excitement is bubbling to the surface within him. This is big.
What do you mean?
Listen, I'm just going to show it to you. Ready?
Ready. I guess this is another instance of copyright music. I don't dance.
Wow! Here's that! The signs match perfectly!
He wipes his brow.
Now, if only we had the beat for the full assault, it would be unbelievably hyper!
What is this? It's good. How did you guys do that?
Do what? I just found a random tape and brought it to Egghead. He's just incredibly good at remixing.
Yes, but what if Van Eyck based his remix on some forgotten local melody, like a folk song, and you just found the original piece that inspired him to create this jam? That would explain why it fits so well.
Nah, to me it sounds like classic Van Eyck. I don't think he needs any inspiration from folk songs. Maybe he lives in Martinez and just threw away part of his song because he thought it wasn't good enough?
I think it's just happenstance. Chaos in action. Contingencies of our limited existence.
Word.
That and Egghead's fantastic talent.
He nods to his friend behind the turntables.
Noid's right. Egghead's technical talent is the key. No, this is definitely part of the same song. Something cut from it. It fits too well. Something mysterious is going on here.
Ooh, what do I go with? You know what? I'm going to disclaim responsibility. Chat, I'm going to click the allow audience to vote button. You have a 15 seconds countdown from when I click it to vote. So as far as I'm aware, you just click on the Twitch stream. So I'm going to click it. I'm going to count down to 3 and then click it. 3, 2, 1, vote. Okay, we're gonna what's it? Gas him up? I don't know. I agree with Noid. It's just look and Egghead's incredible mixing skills.
Be how it may, if it fits, it fits. Bring up the volume.
He pumps his fist in the air.
What about the bass? Do you have any ideas for that?
Andre looks back at you.
Yeah, I remember. You said it needs more bass.
Honestly, nothing springs to mind right now, but I'll see if I can come up with a solution down the lane.
Yo, the warrior! The warrior of dance music!
Don't be too hard on yourself if you don't figure it out. I think the jam's already pretty ultra.
Yeah, but we can make it hyper.
But it could be hyper hardcore!
I wrote this game! Okay, we are leaving. So many thoughts I don't have. Right, so this is the Arno van Eyck thought. Oh. It says all Motorix white checks unlocked. Reveals Arno van Eyck gig posters in the world. What does that even mean? Let's have a look elsewhere. As in you automatically pass them? I don't think that would be it, but... Come on, load. Okay, so the posters give you experience from the thought bubbles, but that's it. That's not really worth spending the point on. I could just spend the skill point on interfacing if I want that interfacing bonus and keep the interfacing bonus. We're at 5 anyway. So let's save that for now. Let's quick save.
Good morning! Yeah! Harder!
How do I do the thing? The thing, how do I do it? I accidentally closed the wiki page. How do I make it harder core? Oh, you need to finish this task over here. Oh, hang on, Dr. Andre.
Yeah, it's all set up, man. Can you already imagine 1,000 people in here? 10,000!
He waves his hands in an unbelievably lame, non-hardcore manner.
Ecstatic vibrations, totally transcendent. And I've finished setting up the new compressor too.
He looks at the imposing black box in the corner that's churning out the sound.
Now the only thing left to do is the name of the club. Will you do the honours, detective?
What do you propose as the name, Andre?
The name. Everything I managed to come up with sounds just wrong.
He appears to mull it over, one hand idly touching his hair.
Andre's overthinking it,
says the girl with the microphone.
Yes, you should do it, detective. It would be good for the signs.
The speed freak with the yellow beads around his neck is looking at you.
Noid's right. You've helped us so much. It's the right thing to do.
Okay, Kim, how would you name the club?
I wouldn't. I wouldn't build a club, and I wouldn't name it either.
How did you convince the programmer to allow the cacophony? It was basically saying that she could just it would just be a couple of weeks of living together while she finishes her research before she leaves, and they agreed to, behave situation.
An underground place with no name? Sounds like something the Crabman would say.
It wasn't very difficult.
We're not going with anything the Crabman would say.
Why not? The Crabman has ideas, Estelle. Ideas from another level of consciousness.
Still can't believe the Games Workshop Crabman. 25 points. I'm such a good cop. Can't believe the Games Workshop Crab miniature lost out model of the year.
I don't care. I don't like the Crabman, and I don't like his ideas. His ideas are spooky. Next, please.
Okay, I think I've come up with a name.
You have? Well, what's the name?
Disco freaking Elysium.
Like that DeLorean word for the world, you mean? Elysium.
But Disco Elysium? Isn't it wacky? Disco's kind of gone, isn't it? Forgotten?
No, it is not.
The past is the future, but the future is dead.
Thank you, Egghead.
No, it's beautiful. Beautiful and brave. Like we want it to be.
And short. And memorable.
It's settled then. Everyone welcome to Disco Elysium.
A light beam washes over the dance floor, bathing it in violet blue.
Andre breaks into frenzied dance-like motion to celebrate the name. Someone turns up the beat.
Wow, he dances worse than I do. And that is saying something.
You should go with the flow. Join in on the experience.
So, game over? I don't think so. I'm going to tap my foot.
It feels good. It feels right. But what is this? What is this thing that Andre is doing with his limbs?
Observe his movements. What are you doing, Andre?
I'm dancing.
He performs yet another strange pattern of moves, but it doesn't look very cool or modern. Honestly, it looks kind of lame. We should talk about it. We should talk about your so-called dancing.
Yes, my man.
He jumps up and down with glee, his moves punctuated by the stroboscopic flash of the club lights. How does the captions handle stroboscopic? Wow, they got it. Well done, captions.
Talk? What is there to talk about if you can express yourself with moves? Audio waves thump against your ribcage. The speaker setup makes everything sound much better, but the beat is still so weak.
I mean to ask you, what's with the hair?
It's to express my individuality.
Is that a bald spot? It's hard to tell for sure with the fused together spikes, but it looks like he's balding.
Fair enough.
Maybe it was a bad idea. Anyway, goodbye, officer.
I've got a couple of things that add to savoir-faire. I think. Maybe one thing. Oh, two things. I'm at -2 from something as well. So let's put those on. Put those there so I don't forget them. Those there. Where's this -1 coming from? The shoes. We'll put the fancy shoes on. What's it up to now?
Oh, hey man, it's good to see you.
Dance fever incoming. Found the melody. I assume that gets higher once you actually find the bass, actually. So rather than doing the XCOM shuffle, I'm just going to leave, and we're going to do the base thing first. And if not, then I don't get to dance, and I'm sorry, I've ruined everything for everyone. Actually, I'll try a couple of times. I've got nothing to lose. Just gonna go back on what I said. I'm sorry I'm wasting everyone's time now. But the dance fever, it's incoming, I can feel it.
Oh, hey man, it's good to see you.
You close your eyes and
Not like that, it isn't. We must try again. There is a beast of disco that cannot be contained within the feet and chest of Harrier Dubois, Lieutenant Tuc W. Fretor. He must dance. He cannot be restrained. The man can sing. Maybe he can dance.
Oh, hey man, it's good to see you.
You close your eyes and vacate your skull, leaving your brain to wonder, where did that little fluttering light go?
Total darkness. You sink down the darkest fathoms of your own personal deep, vertebrate by vertebrate, through the unformed skulls of your mind.
That says spine, but okay.
Here it will begin.
Where did the church go?
Who fucking cares?
Good.
No, not good. Orgasme.
Where did the music go?
Oh, don't worry. The music's still there. It's you who is gone.
No, really. Why can't I hear anything?
This is a pivotal moment. Try not to piss yourself.
To quote the Red Queen, you're all going to die down here. I've reached the low where I need comfort viewing that I'm rewatching the Resident Evil movies. And you know what? They're not bad. They're horrendous adaptations, but they're not bad films. Concentrate on hearing.
Nothing. Just the immaculate silence of your spinal fluid.
Kind of jumped the shark a little bit.
Electrify.
In the later films. What was that about unformed skulls?
I'm gonna let you in on a little secret. Every vertebrae in your spine is an unformed skull ready to pop up and replace the old one. Like shark teeth. The one you're currently in has a little brain forming in it, waiting for its turn.
I do enjoy those films. They make no sense, and they don't have to. Also, apparently, your vertebrae are just like teeth. They'll replace the one above them.
To rule the world.
Oh my god, is that true?
Yes, it's all true. In the spinal cord.
See, I'm not the only one who enjoys them. What do you want?
From what I can see, it's about to bust a move.
Oh, we're gonna bust the move, chat.
Foolhardy, do you even know what's happening on the surface? Maybe 1,000 years have passed. Or maybe you started spazzing out like 2 seconds ago.
Unsurprisingly, as someone who does suffer from muscle spasms, I hate that word.
With your eyes still closed, the first thing you feel, all the way back in the pivoting darkness of your own torso, is warmth. You have become a triumph of rhythmoplastics, somewhere in a smelly wooden church on the coast of Revachol. The wounds from the war you waged on your body are healing, twist by twist, turn by turn. Also, I will admit to enjoying the Silent Hill movies. Again, absolutely terrible adaptations. Visually, they are very, very good films. Just like creature design and stuff, and sound design for that matter. But the scripts aren't great. I'll say that, and yes, as adaptations, terrible. Open your eyes, dance like you've never danced before. You have become a flawless interlocking mechanism, a flesh and bone approximation of the throb coming from the speaker setup of the one called Eggheads, entirely, rigidly imbecilic, without pity or fear. Told you, Harriet Dubois, Lieutenant W. Freighter Harriet Dubois
cannot be contained.
Oh my god! No way!
The Speed Freaks would-be leader stands slack-jawed in disbelief at the hardcoreness on display. Yes way.
With his reel-to-reel mixer blasting the anthem of a future that will never come, the young man observes your moves for a second.
Then blasts into the same hideous pattern, yelling.
He throws a screwdriver and a bunch of drill chucks into the corner and explodes into dance. What he lacks in sharpness, he more than makes up for in violent enthusiasm.
Turn to a cell. What are you doing?
The young woman lifts her headphones up slightly and raises her chin, looking at you expectantly.
Oh, do the lasso thing.
Asil, aren't you going to dance?
No. Recording.
She turns to Suna, then back to you. She briskly shakes her head and puts her headphones back on.
The lead programmer throws the other young woman a knowing glance before turning her attention back to her own work.
She's still at her mainframe, pressing buttons, reading printouts, but she started nodding her head along to the music.
Dance! Point to Andre. It's the law.
The young man immediately bounces up and down, then assumes the same dance pattern, embellishing it with some sort of waving motion.
This is happening.
The authority of the law is clearly unquestionable.
Kim, get in here.
What's going on here? Delinquents.
The lieutenant looks at you and the Speed Freaks grinding around in the church, a group of unhinged lunatics. I said get in here and dance.
The lieutenant squeezes the bridge of his nose. The light reflects off his glasses, giving him the appearance of a surgeon in the middle of a tense procedure.
He's having trouble adjusting to the new reality before him.
What's happening?
The lieutenant is forced to yell over the futuristic music blasting from the speakers. I'm sorry, I know this looks crazy, but it feels too good to stop.
Good for you. Rock on, then.
Hey, I called you to dance.
What?
I mean, I have to, right? 97% chance to... The only way I fail is with Snake Eyes. He respects me. I outrank him. Dancing is so infectious. I'm trying it.
Who's the one in charge?
That was nearly Snake Eyes. Oh my gosh. Lieutenant, I'm only going to pull rank on you one time, and that time is now.
Are you kidding me?
I assure you, I am not. Now get your groove on, Lieutenant.
Get my what on?
The lieutenant leans closer, unable to make out your words over the pumping beats. I said get your goddamn groove on. Boogie woogie.
Sheesh, okay.
He backs up with his hands raised in the air, observing the crisscross of your feet.
Okay, you psychopath. I see what you're doing there. It's jacked up footwork, plus some... Is that Ubi folk dancing?
He adjusts his spectacles, then pops his collar as high as it will go.
Nah, it's not Ubi folk. It's hardcore.
This is the physical manifestation of a mental break.
Yeah, whatever.
Say nothing, push the footwork extra hard.
That all you got? I did 15 years in the juvenile crime unit. I can't do age inappropriate.
What the hell is going on, chat?
Now, check this shit out.
Oh, he's about to drop some moves.
The lieutenant begins to heel kick the church floor with such intensity, it's reasonable to fear he'll kick a hole right through it, causing the floor to crack and the pillars to collapse, bringing the church roof down on all of you.
My gosh, it's amazing.
It doesn't look like he'd give a shit either.
This is not where I thought the stream would go today, I'll be honest. Is there anything more I can do? I want to break the limit.
The dynamic motion of your flailing body is bordering on the extreme. You're going off the charts. You feel as if turning on the hyperdrive would be a point of no return. Feels almost melancholy. Are you sure you have the entire posse along for this?
No, wait.
No time to wait.
Sooner is in. Andre's dancing harder. God Kim dancing. 72% chance. I have 3 skill points. Let's increase this. Yeah. 83% chance.
On the coast of the Martinez Inlet, in a small weather-beaten stave church, built 380 years ago, by settlers from the Occident, most likely to guard against an anomaly at its center. An officer of the RCM is contorting his body into idiotically rigid shapes as he invents the future of dance music. It's the hardest anyone has ever danced.
What's happening to me? What is this strange feeling that comes?
I am La Rebachelière. I am the city.
I could listen to Shivers talk a bit more. What do you mean you are the city?
I am a fragment of the world spirit, the genius Loki of Revachol. My heart is the wind corridor. The bottom of my air is red. I have 100,000 luminous arms. Come morning, I carry industrial dust and let it settle on tree leaves. I shake the dust from those leaves and onto your coat. I've seen you. I've seen you. I've seen you with her. And I've seen you without her. I've seen you on the crescent of the hill.
How are you talking to me?
The modulations of my voice are noted down with thermometers and barometers. You feel me in your nostrils, on the little hairs on the back of your neck. I also reside in your lungs and vestigial organs. Everywhere there is space.
But who am I? Why are you talking to me?
You are an officer of the citizens' militia, Jean Rebut. When you wear your coat, you wear my soul. You move through my streets freely, in motor carriages and on foot. You have access to the hidden places. You also circulate among those who are hidden. I need you. You can keep me on this earth. Be vigilant. I love you.
The city loves us, chat. The city loves us.
An officer of the RCM is lying on the floor of a small church with his eyes rolled back and his tongue lolling out. Several others are standing around him. He slowly comes to.
Had a good rest there?
I spoke to the city of Revachol.
Fuck yeah! I bet you did. Those were some advanced moves, man.
That's all great, but we should really get going. We spent enough time doing aerobic exercise for today.
Was that a waste of a skill point? Probably. Do I regret it? Absolutely not.
You might be imagining it, but it feels like Egghead turned the volume down. Such is his respect.
Man! Now! Man! Now!
The would-be leader stutters with excitement.
Now imagine if we could do that, right? But with like 1,000 people.
I don't think you'd fit 1,000 people in here.
End of human development. Mission complete.
I wouldn't go that far.
I would.
You're absolutely beat. Muscles relaxed and feet like noodles underneath.
That's it for now.
Goodbye, officer.
So that was a thing. I regret absolutely nothing. Oh god, I wish there was an organize button. I wish there was an organize button so badly. Mental save. Manual save. That was possibly the greatest sequence in a role-playing game I've experienced in some time.
Yes, what is it?
Alright, I talked to Egghead. He plugged in the cable. You can unmute your speakers.
Okay, but think you can ask him to turn the volume down a bit? Just in case.
She seems hesitant, her eyes still fixed on Egghead.
Maximum!
Shouts Egghead, a great smile still adorning his face, larger than a red dwarf star.
Maximum is the only way!
I know it is, but could you please turn it down just this instance? Just this one time? Maximum is not the only way, okay?
Pump it to the brick! Pump it to the hard master! There's no other way! Glue style!
He's just saying things. He's just saying words.
Glue style? Okay, there literally is no other way. The mixing desk is glued to maximum.
See? He pumps it to the hard master. It's hopeless.
Why do you want to turn down the volume?
Because I'm afraid that something might happen. It's an unknown phenomenon. We can always turn it back up if there's a need.
Actually, if he's pumping out a ULF at maximum volume, that could do terrible things to this building.
Can't turn down the hardcore!
I think what Egghead is trying to say here is that the volume button is stuck on maximum.
Of course it is.
She shrugged, consigned to her fate.
Yeah! Permanent enlightenment! Ray of sound!
Never mind then. Let's get on with our project. I'm going to unmute the speakers on a count of 5. Everyone ready?
She looks around the church.
Egghead pumps his hand up in the air, waiting for the beat to drop.
Born ready.
I mean, those are words, but that doesn't mean communication is happening. Very fair.
Ready!
Yells Noid.
I'm ready if you two are detectives.
The lieutenant nods stoically. Not so stoically. His hand moves to the gun holster. Suddenly, your palms are sweaty. The church seems cold and large, somehow. There's tightness in your chest. Anxiety.
Okay, ready.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Thunderbirds are go.
Mute disengaged.
She lifts her hand from the keyboard. Complete silence fills the room.
No wind outside. No waves. No floorboards creaking. Total, continuous silence. This is unnatural.
Noid is still bopping away to the music.
The woman looks around. In the silence, you see dust move on the floorboards. The driver of the speaker vibrates in the air and then stops. Plasterwork begins to crumble down the walls. In the silence, a low hum starts creeping up your spine. It's a song inside you, not in the speakers, not in the room. A great bass sigh in the basement of your mind. Slowly, it builds until the air around you starts to vibrate. It will devour everything. The floorboards, the glass, the streets and the people. Nothing will remain.
Guys, what's going on?
There's alarm in the man's voice as he steps back to scan the surroundings. A slight rattle, like crystal clattering in the cupboard, fills the air, joining the chorus.
It's getting louder,
says Noid, his eyes riveted on the strange circle of water basins.
In the basins, the water looks like it's boiling.
Hosiana! Mother of Mega!
You hear Egghead yell, then something else, but his voice is growing faint.
In his mind, a tidal wave approaching from afar, swallowing entire coastlines on its way. Salvation. He's peaking. The worst high he's ever been on.
I've never heard anything this hardcore in my life.
The beauty and the beat! The future of dance! Planetary!
I mean, he's cowering. He doesn't look that happy about it.
No, Egg! It's the window!
The glass shards around Dolores Day's vacant heart appear to be vibrating from the sound. It almost looks as if she's alive.
In the corner of your eye, the lieutenant steps aside, cautiously. His eyes searching for a possible evacuation route.
There's a big hole in the window.
The window is going to come down. No, the roof!
She looks up. A screech fills the air, a scream of wood and nails. The pillars of the church twist and creak above and around you.
Cracks appear on the stained glass window. Cracks run up the wooden pillars in the dark.
Come down to earth! Love!
Below it, all the bass grows, like the jaws of a giant compressor gnawing on metal and wood. It does not sound benevolent at all. It's shaking the building's foundation. The floor twists. A great pulse arises in your flesh.
That's it. I'm muting it.
Oh, I want to dance with somebody.
Oh, I want to feel the heat with somebody.
Shit! It doesn't stop. A seal? Have you?
The woman is furiously pressing down her keyboard, but the sound doesn't stop.
Yes, I've turned it off.
She yells, holding the contact mic in her hand.
Andre, pull the compressor. The place is going to come down.
Fuck! I can't shut it up. The signal's passed. It's not in here. It's...
Andre frantically smashes buttons.
In the mixing desk now, building into a positive feedback loop. This is it. A great roar. The vault of the roof twists above you. Glass shatters somewhere near the door. It's coming down.
Egghead, it's in the desk.
And then, It stops, totally and utterly, as if there never was a sound. Only your ears still ring from the shock. Everybody is staring at Egghead, holding a dangling cable in his hand. A black 3-pin connector.
Egg.
I pulled the plug. It was getting too hardcore.
He says calmly.
You did good, Egg. Most of the place seems to be intact. Fucking hell. Programmer lady, tell me you were recording that.
Andre breathes a sigh of relief and inspects the window.
4 years.
The woman whispers.
22 people. Millions of reals. All that time? This is what we were up against. Just erased it.
Her lip trembles.
Suliswolf isn't gonna believe this.
Yeah, but did you record it though? It was dope. I think we can use it.
Yes, Andre. I recorded it. Damn, I need to send some letters now.
She composes herself, wipes the dust off her sweater and rests her hands on the keyboard.
Thank you all for doing this. Eggman, you too. And you, officer.
She turns to you.
I don't know what we've discovered, but I know what it sounds like now. That's the start.
Kim, did you hear that?
It was very hard not to. I think you're right.
He turns to the
There
woman.
is something going on here. And you need to be very careful with it.
I promise, officer. We will not play it again.
What was that? I've never heard anything like it.
It was mathematical information from the anomaly, presented as a waveform. That's what it was technically. Theoretically,
She shakes her head.
I have no idea. I've never even heard of anything like this.
A voice seems muffled in the silent church. It's your ears adjusting after the exposure.
You're going to write to Suliswaf?
Yes, our lead designer. And maybe some of the producers too. And some of the writers. If they're sober enough to open a transmission. They need to hear.
That it wasn't her fault. Or theirs.
They need to hear about this. Don't worry, I won't send the recording. Although I doubt they have the speakers to produce the frequency anyway.
What happens now? Are you going to...
Stay here. I'm going to stay here with these lunatics. Send letters, maybe meet Suliswolf. Also devise further measurements.
She cuts you off, her deft fingers already on the keyboard.
I want you to know that's totally chill with us.
I don't care, but thank you anyway.
She blurts.
Now, I have a theory to come up with. Some kind of preliminary explanation to all this. Or the letter will sound like I've lost my mind.
Yes, and we have to get back to stabilizing Martinez. Instead of demolishing it with loud bass noise of unknown origins.
He breathes out, trying to shake off tension.
You have an explanation for all this. Somewhere deep in you. You just don't have the pieces yet. You don't know enough about the world. But that Joyce, if you knew all she knows, could put it together.
Ah. I just talked to Joyce about the pail then. Well, it does spend time. First of all, however, can I do anything about the base now?
Good morning! Yeah! Harder car!
Whoa, that was a crazy sound we heard before.
Yeah! It was awesome and scary. Very hardcore.
His voice booms through the chamber, then gets silent.
Too hardcore, in fact. I couldn't control it. At all.
He brushes his hand through his hair. What happened?
It sucks up all the air in the mix until it's the only thing left. Starts compressing itself and everything around it. Completely fills up the headspace. Extreme.
What if this is the answer to Van Eyck's jam? We could use the sound for the bass.
Oh! But how?
His puzzled face turns into a wicked grin.
What about the compressor? The one with the spiky hair was setting up. To achieve some sort of parallel processing.
Oops, nope. What is that?
Good morning!
Interfacing.
Yeah! Harder!
Do I have anything else to help with interfacing? I know the gloves are helping with that. Nope. Okay, we're doing it. We're doing it live.
Good morning! Yeah!
Bzz, bzz, bzz.
Nope. This is it, by the way. Once I finish this quest, once I've shuffled enough to succeed, this is the end of the stram. Stram, whatever you want to call it. So I was about to say I want to go out on a high, but base is low, so... But then again, I want to go out on a low kind of has the wrong connotations. I want to go out on a good note, let's say, to get the music joke in there. This life-changing event. Yup.
Good morning! Yeah!
Sidechain the beat.
Sidechain, what does it even mean?
Listen, you can use the compressor to select between which track it's compressing, either the auxiliary signal or the main input from the tape. Make it alternate between the signals. The compressor controls the gain based on the level of the signal on the aux sidechain input. It will allow maintaining a loud sound without peaks that fill up all the headspace.
Okay, Egg, you need to start sidechaining it. Explain the concept to him.
Sidechaining it, you said?
He turns down the music, his hands moving deftly across the mixer, setting up the necessary controls.
Then he puts on his headphones and his eyes go wide, wider than they've ever gone on drugs. He starts jumping up and down with bliss in total silence, still listening to his headphones.
Hey, what did you do to Egghead Cop Man?
Estelle
Did you break him?
Estelle looks up from her microphone. I'm not sure.
Are you ready, pussy?
Noid straightens his back, ready for the beat.
I was born ready, Egg.
Give him a thumbs up. Now there's lasers. This is the best you get.
Speed Freak dances on the stage, intensely waving his hand in the air.
This is beauty! This is life!
What in the world is going on? The way melody and bass flow together. It's unnatural.
Estelle looks on, amazed at the display.
Your body is taking a beating from the low frequencies crashing over you. It's making you feel alive again.
We have tamed the sound, made it our own.
God damn it! This dance club idea might just work out.
You hear Andre say to himself over the thumping beat.
DeLorean Church! The place to be! Pump it! Pump it!
Egg's losing himself in the sound. Also, I named this place Disco Elysium, I'll have you know. Egg, head.
Who will be the innocence of hardcore anodic dance music?
Why are there lungs on your belt buckle?
Lungs are for love!
Why would lungs be for love?
When Dolores Day was anointed innocence, her lungs started glowing through her body. For the world loved her, and she loved it back. Yeah!
Oh yeah, makes perfect sense.
Love! In a woman's lungs. Lonely as I am, I'm not afraid. This strange, damaged feeling grows on and on, 'cause I've never loved someone like you before.
A dopamine surge accompanies the words. It feels like electricity flowing down your scalp, dissipating into your neck. Feels good. Like a spark of life in that moribund sponge you call your body.
Thank you, electrochemistry, for that phrase. Moribund sponge you call your body. Well, there we go. I have cleared almost all of the tasks from my task list. So tomorrow's stream... I'm a moribund sponge. Babe, we both are. I think that's just us at the minute because we're so tired. Tomorrow's stream, I shall be talking to Joyce about the pail and getting my gun back from the pigs, I think. What I may do is, if I get time beforehand, do the time skipping thing to get to 10 o'clock so I can get my gun back with the lieutenant present. Then send him away and go and talk to Joyce, because I don't know if he'll really appreciate the pale discussion or not. And then maybe we'll end the game, or at least make progress towards the end of the game. with the you know, with determining where the shot came from, finding the weapon and all of that stuff. I still hate the fact that this is here and I can't complete it. Still very annoyed that the game did that to me. I have 3 skill points as well. Excellent. I'll think about a way to... Benches and books make time go faster. They do, but you can't sit down with Kim present. So I'm just going to have to read a book, and that's just going to be skipping over the same line of dialogue over and over and over and over again, which is why I want to do it off stream. But thank you for the reminder. I'll think about where to put these, at least 2 of these points. I might save 1 just in case, but I'll think about where to put these 2 points as well. I might put another one in pain threshold in all fairness. We seem to be reaching the end game, and I imagine there's going to be some... Well, there's definitely mercenaries around that are probably going to start shooting. So maybe pain threshold and hand-eye coordination, but I haven't decided exactly yet. But that's a future thing. For now, I'm going to save the game. You know what? YouTube, you'll have to take it on trust that I'm saving the game 3 times and quick saving twice. But YouTube, thank you for watching. I really appreciate the support. I hope you enjoyed it, and I'll see you around. Also, you know, same as usual. Pet your pets. Stay safe, healthy, wholesome, all of that good stuff.